All right. What's good? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. What's good with everybody? Let me say what's up. Cadillac 634. What's going on? Vasily Lomachenko is fighting tonight. Vasily is fighting tonight. The greatest lightweight other than Gervonta Davis is fighting tonight. Vasily Lomachenko and Ortiz in the best lightweight fight we've seen in a long time. Some people actually think I haven't seen Ortiz fight, but hey, I'm looking forward to it. Isn't that fake fight on too? There's that fake fight on too. I think I may watch that fake fight. Seriously, I might actually pay for Jake Paul and I might pay for that Jake Paul fight today. I think I've changed my mind. I think I'm gonna watch Jake Paul and Anderson Silva fight. Texas OG, what's good, man? Cornelius Bennett in the building. Gilbert Jimenez, what's going on, man? Soda Black in the building. What's going on? Yeah, we should have a good one today, man. Jay Spence in the building. What's going on, T-Man? T-Main. DW in the building. What's going on? Black Fonz. Always good to see you, Black Fonz. Terrell Martin, what's going on, man? What's going on, Eric Horn? How you feeling, man? Mass Arms in the building. Alkaline Water, what's good? AB in the building. What's happening? Hold on one second. I'm out here slipping. Hold on one second, man. I got to do something. Out here slipping. Again, out here slipping. Out here slipping. Yeah. I'm out here slipping. Sorry. There you go. I ain't slipping no more. Hey, man, Anthony Christie in the building. Thank you, brother, for the super sticker. Let me go look over here, man, so I can see the super sticker. And so what we talking about here, man? We talking about that hard route. We talking about that hard route that Errol has to go through, man. Errol has to do the hard route. While all the easy work, everybody else gets easy work. Errol gets the hard work. Man, Errol, you need to go ahead and take some of that easy work. Tell these people I'm the star. I'm about to take the easy route like these other dudes do. Call up the zone and say I need a quick $15 million fight, bro, for nothing. Who you want to fight? Josh Kelly. I want to fight Josh Kelly for $10 million. Let me get that Josh Kelly. Let me get that Josh Kelly for $20 million, DAZN. Reggie Ship in the building. What's going on, man? Jay Spence, what's happening? Patrick Bell, what's going on? TBE is TBE. What's good? J Rock, boxing highlight training in the building. He said, only channel I watch. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. JC in the building. Ray Patterson in the building. What's going on? Philip DeFlame Walden. What's good? Bud Duck is the easy route fighter who took the 6th ranked boxer. Man, if he's ranked numbers, he's ranked number 6 in that. Yeah. I wonder who they paid to get him there. But Overlook, Thurman, Boots, Ennis, Duck Hunt has officially begun, man. I mean, honestly, dude, it's just I have no anticipation of him ever having a difficult fight. He's not fighting Jermell. That man ain't fighting Jermell. That man will talk about fighting Jermell. You think he won't fight Errol? He's gonna fight Jermell. You think if he ain't gonna fight Errol, that he's gonna fight Jermell? No. I'm gonna go get and you fight Advancian? Come on, man. Come on. 10 million, take it, but also the criticism that comes with it. Yeah, pretty much. You got your money. Congratulations. Now take what comes with it. But what I'm got to do is we got to get rid of all this nonsense, because the very good thing about it is that we get to get rid of a lot of nonsense, man. We get to get rid of a lot of nonsense. A lot of nonsense is out the window now. And that's actually a good thing. No joke. That's actually a good thing. George Wood said, Fanon, chat room, good morning. Spence wins. Yes, sir, man. Yes, he wins if you could get it. He said, good morning, Professor Fanon. Blessings to you and your family. Thank you, thank you, Antoine. Thank you, Mr. DeGrat. I don't know how to pronounce your last name because I don't do pronunciations well. Just telling you, man. You'd have to tell me how You'd have to tell me how to pronounce your name, but I got Antoine. I got the Antoine part of it. Mr. Antoine. Give you the respect you deserve. Mr. Antoine. Wow, man. Big time right away, bro. Said DC Jazz Unboxing. Just showing support, good brother. Haven't been able to catch the show much lately. Keep dropping knowledge. Thank you, DC Jazz. That is huge this morning. Thank you, brother. Where's my gong for you, man? Where'd my gong go? I'm just all over the place today. I'm all over the place today. We're also going to get people. Hold on one second. Where'd it go? Man. Much love in that. I just have to hit it with my arm. I don't know what I did with my gong, man. Thank you, brother. Thank you for that support, bro. Them Reds are serious, man. No joke, man. Them Reds is very, very, very serious. Thank you, brother. It is greatly, greatly appreciated, man. He said, Fanon, can I get some of those crystal chandeliers? Nah, man. I can't. I mean, nah, my mama got it. My mama got them mugs up in her house. The crystal ones. Like, hey, cats are funny, man. Cats are funny. Real funny, bro. But I don't want to get into all of that, man. Don't get me to chewing on cats, because it is what it is, bro. You know, we all got it. We all got our hustles. Use your head, brother. Oh, yeah. On the gong, because this big old dome, it'll work. Hold on, no. I just don't know how I lose things. I can literally be sitting still and lose something sitting right here. I just used it. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Like, how the hell? All right, I got them. I got two of them mugs. I got two. Bang, and they both wound up over there. I'm crazy. Put the spare one right there. Much love in that super chat, DC Jazz. Thank you so much, man, for that support. Tony T said, Bob said he didn't know if Loma's ready to fight Devin. Nigga not. Well, he said, dude need not 1 or 2 warm-ups. Man, come on, man. Do I got to listen to that? Devin ain't going to fight that dude. Stop trying to look for Devin, somebody to duck Devin already, bro. All right. First of all, let me go listen to what that man said. Would you, Tony? Would you Bud fans / Devin fans? I got to literally listen to what that man said before I will believe it. When he said he's not ready, does he mean that he doesn't know if he's ready because he's coming from war? Or is he saying that he's actually asking for another tune-up? Let me know what he actually said, man, because your guys' credibility is shot. Okay? Absolutely, positively shot. He said, get gong stick support, looking like you play the bass. Nah, bro, this is like for thimbles and stuff, but I don't play any musical instruments. I don't play any musical instruments. I can't play no music. Man, what's my tune that I can whistle? I can't even whistle on command. I got to get my lips got to be perfect. Man, I'm a musical moron, bro. Gong stick support, looking like you play the bass. Thank you, Kid Grace. Nah, bro, I don't play the bass, man. I don't play any instruments. I wish I could. I am musically terrible, bro. I can't hold a beat. I can't dance. I just none of it, bro. So you're the only YouTuber I know who uses a gong. It's a beautiful sound. Thank you, Ellie Baxter. Thank you. Yeah, no, I can't tune it. I can't sing. I can't dance. I don't really even listen to music that much, you know. Yeah, I should probably think of something else to do, but it's what I do, man. It's good luck, because I'll tell you why I use the gong. Because my family sold a business some years ago, and every time we would make a sale, we would hit a gong. So for me, this is my family business gong. This is a business, a family business gong. So anytime I gong it, it's been This has been bringing fortune to my family for a long time. Musically challenged. Yeah, I'm musically challenged. I'm terrible. I will tell you in a minute. How's your shoulders? Can you shimmy? You mean, can I do this? Yeah, I can do this. It's called family tradition. Yeah, man. It's just, yeah, it means a lot to me, man. It means a lot to me. Seriously, it means a lot to me. It's like, it's for my father, it's for my mother, it's for my family. You know what I mean? That guy George said, "What's up, Fanon? I watch your lives all the time, but I never comment. Keep up the good work." Thank you, that guy George. Thank you, brother, for that support, man. Thank you for that support. For now, do the whoa. I don't. What is the whoa? I don't know. I can do some. Like, if you ask me, you ask me to do some cornball stuff, I can do some slight cornball stuff, but I can't dance, man. No, that's not my area of talent, bro. That's not my area of focus. My area of focus is mashing y'all with some logic. That's what I can do. That's what I can do. I can make sense of people telling me stories. I can recognize a story when I hear one. That's what I'm talented at. Professor, you always shoot straight from the hip. Hey, brother, I'm just going to tell you, man, look, dude, these people lying to you. And I maintain it, bro, and I'm not going to get off of it. There's nothing in it for me to not let y'all know, especially when I hear so many people that know it and refuse to let you know it. Ellie Baxter said it's like Butch and his watch in Pulp Fiction. Family tradition, family legacy tradition. Yeah, and there you go. That's the legacy right there, the gong. My dad had a gong. He worked for IBM. He had a gong at IBM, and he would hit a gong anytime his office would make a big sale. They'd hit the gong, and then everybody would congratulate each other. You know, I was running a business before. Every time a portion of our business, every time we made a sale, hit the gong. You know, all that good stuff, man. So yeah, and this is the actual gong from one from an account that I was running that was making like $1 million, and almost, man, it's like making $1.5 million a month. So it was like one of my best professional accomplishments. So once I started doing this, and I was like, man, I really want this to grow. I was like, man, let this continue. Let this be a continuation of it. And you know, it's worked out like that. You guys have been very, very supportive, and it's good. But let's get back on to where you seeing Quincy at? Quincy ain't coming nowhere around here, bro. Quincy's done. Quincy's done. Once something else happens, Quincy definitely ain't coming back. Because I had that beef with Quincy. He said, Spence the truth. That's why Bud fans can't see it. Well, honestly, man, people tell you a lot of people are telling you a lot of stuff. People that you trust are telling you a lot of stuff. That's just what it is. Ready Reg 911 said, just sending some support, but man, it seems like boxing's going to crap with all this bad business. It went to crap this half of the year. It was actually very, 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 very good for the first half of the year. It was very good for the first half of the year. Terrific for the first half of the year. One of the best from October to about June was the best 7 months in boxing that it had been in years. But then Bud decided to be Bud and won't get a fight done. Everything gets held up. All the fights pretty much get held up. A whole lot of people's fights get held up. But maybe in January next year, you know, they'll get it going again. Adrian Molina in that super chat, brother. Thank you. Said backdoor Bud is what they call him. Some say he's still running. Bro, he's never gonna fight anybody. I will believe it when I see it, bro. Good morning. Did you see the Bernie the Boxer bragging about Bud ducking and Errol having hard matchups ahead of him? Yeah, I did. He put a nail in that for him, bro. Way to ruin that rain. Dude, come on, man. They're not even faking it. They're playing the game. They're playing a game. He's 35 years old. He's been a professional boxer for 15 years, something like that. He's playing a game. And he don't want to get in there with that. He don't want to get in there with that animal. And they talked all kind of crazy about that dude. Said all the things that he was going to do. He was tied his hands behind his back. You know, he had 5 weigh-ins the day of the fight. All kind of stuff he said. All kind of stuff he said. And now it's, well, we can't wait another 6 weeks. You went from you're going to accept every crazy term, no money, this, that, and the other, to, well, we can't wait 6 weeks. To, oh, we got our bag for an easy fight. Ha, ha, ha. You got a hard route ahead of you. Good luck with Jaron Ennis. Ha, ha, ha. You got to fight Jaron Ennis, and we get to fight Avancian. We get the easy fight. You got the hard fight. Ha, ha. Good luck getting past him. And if you do get past him, ha, ha, we hope he hurts you so you won't be the same. And then we hope he does you like you did Sean Porter. So your daddy will throw in the towel. Ha, ha, ha. We can get credit. Bud ain't fought nobody in forever. Bud ain't fought nobody in forever. And that's a fact, bro. He ain't fought nobody. He ain't fought a top-notch game in a while. And you're going to Avancian and bragging about it. Hey, George Wood said, Fana in chat room, if a major fight is shown on Showtime and Showtime outlets only, is that the best way to control the money so fighters can get more money? I couldn't answer that, George Woods. Much love in that super chat, bro. I really couldn't answer that. I don't think that there is any problem with the money. I just don't think Bud wanted the fight. I'm telling you, they spread a bunch of BS rumors when they knew that they were going to take another fight. It's just an exit strategy. All this stuff about the money was nothing but an exit strategy. It was just a way to put enough doubt in the public to where when you pull out of the fight, you can say, so everybody will be talking about, well, it's because he didn't offer him any money. I don't believe that there was any money problems with that fight. They were probably offering fair money. Fair money is what it seems like to me. And it seems like they were trying to come up with a way to get out of the fight once they found an easy fight. Once they found an easy fight where they could get a good payday, they can fight in their hometown. They can get all the gate. All the gate's going to go to Bud. All the pay-per-view is going to go to Bud. David Avancian's already been paid for the fight. Bud has already been paid for the fight. Already. Bud has been paid for the fight 2 months before, a month and a half before the fight takes place. David Avancian has been paid for the fight a month and a half before the fight took place. Like I said, cash up front. How could you get Bud to sign? Offer him his money up front. Give him his money now. Hey, if you sign, we'll pay you the money right now. Give me your bank account. Give me the number to transfer the money in. We're not even going to put it in escrow. We're going to give it right to you. Oh, I'll take it. Oh, yeah. Give me my money up front. Oh, yeah. Like I told you, before Bob Arum said that, I told you. How could that happen? They'll pay him up front. Why? Because people would rather have money now than later, any day of the week. I would rather have my money now than later. My money's already earning interest. Bud right now, if he's got, I don't know, $5 million, $4 million, or say it's 10. I mean, if it's 10, I'm still shocked. But just say it's 10 because that's what they're saying. And he's got $8 million, and he's got $8 million in his bank. He's sitting there with $8 million in his bank. Pay his taxes on it. It's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? So there you go. I don't think there was any problem with the money. I think the problem was that Errol but he didn't want to lose to Errol. That's what I think. He wants a big sparring match. He says, shimmy, how hilarious. I remember the Gong Show. Yes, sir, Kid the Great. Thank you, brother. Giving up your age, bro. With the Gong Show. You giving up your age with the Gong Show, bro. The Gong Show was the stuff. You don't believe that bull? I don't believe what bull, Thomas Richard? What bull don't I believe? What bull don't I believe? What bull don't I believe? Bud dodging raindrops. He's scared. If he gets wet, the big shark gonna get him. Won't even get in the shower, hiding in his own boots. Hey, much love, Anthony Forbes. Let me roll down so I don't miss any super chats. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I don't believe what bull? No, I don't believe money had anything to do with it. I don't. I paid attention there. I don't believe him. I don't believe it. Al Heyman has never had a reputation for underpaying people. That bull that Bud didn't want to fight. No, I believe it. He doesn't want to fight. He didn't take the fight. What else am I supposed to believe? Did he take the fight? Did he take the fight? He didn't take the fight. Why would I believe he wanted the fight if he didn't take the fight? No, that's the only thing I can think. He turned the fight down. He didn't want the fight. You want to get all extra complicated. I'm not going to get all complicated about it. He didn't want the fight. He didn't take the fight. He didn't want the fight. That's the only reasonable conclusion I can come to. Because everybody else that gave me information about the money got caught in a lie. So I can't believe what they said. I can't believe what they said. So since I can't believe what they said, because I caught them saying something different than what they originally said, I throw everything they say out. And I'm left with Bud took another fight. With a very lame excuse that he wanted to fight in December. Which, by the way, he said that he told Al Heyman and Errol that he was going to fight this year. Steven Espinoza said that is not true. They never told us. We were blindsided by this. Errol Spence is on tape saying he thinks the fight's going to happen in January. Why would he think the fight's going to happen in January if Bud had told him he was going to fight somebody this year? That doesn't make any sense. And since Steven Espinoza said that's not true, and Bud is on record saying he could take her to leave it, the fight is going to happen down the line. I mean, real soon, but down the line, that's what Bud said. Bud also said to DAZN that even if you get 50-50, even if I get 50-50, I still may not take the fight. I'm past it. You're being complicated. The fight was not happening anyway. Al and Floyd didn't want the fight. Gooch, you're mind reading. Gooch, how could you're mind reading. Floyd never said he didn't want that fight, and you've never heard Al Heyman said he didn't want that fight. You heard Errol saying, Al told me that we're going to get the fight done. You don't have any proof that Al doesn't want the fight. You're just making that up. You're guessing at that. You're guessing. I'm going off facts. I'm sorry. I have to stick to the facts, bro. The fact is that Bud turned the fight down. And then turned around, and then when he turned it down, said he told Al Heyman and told Bud and told Errol that he wasn't going to fight this year. Exactly. Falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. Falsus in one thing, false in one thing, false in everything. Sorry, Bud, it's ducking, man. That's what it is. That's the verdict. Duck. You have ducked. You want to confuse people with a lot of smoke and mirrors. That's what all that stuff is. Smoke and mirrors. Oh, the reports say that it was zero money up front. The reports say he already signed the contract. The reports say that all he wanted was transparency. Show me the contract. I can't show you the contract. That's why I'm not paying attention to the contract. I'm paying attention to what Bud said and what Bud did. If all you do is pay attention to what Errol said and what Errol did and what Bud said and what Bud did, it's not complicated. Bud ducked. And since a whole lot of people were lying, you got to throw it out. Sorry, if you tell me a story, I don't believe anything you say. Because now I got to figure out which one of the other stuff you were lying about. What other stuff are you lying about? What other stuff did you just make up? What other type of stuff are you not telling me? You think because now you told me a little bit, that means you told me everything? No, I'm not going to assume that. Yeah, they walk. BLK and Bernie have walked back comments about no guarantee because because that was ridiculous to start with. And any of you guys that believe no guarantee, you guys, it's your fault because you shouldn't ever believe that. That is silly. It's silly. Why would you believe that? Bro, those are magic beans. You believe the magic beans? Bro, this ain't Jack and the Beanstalk. This ain't a fairy tale where the magic beans really turn and get you the golden goose, the goose that lays the golden eggs. That's what they're selling you. They're selling you magic beans. That's a fairy tale. You think that he's going to get no money up front and he would accept it? I can say a lot of things about Bud, but him being stupid isn't one. If you get zero money up front, you turn it down like anybody else would with common sense. No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to take. How do you go from I want 50-50 in a ton of money to, oh, I accepted zero money up front, but you accepted zero money up front, but you had already agreed to another fight at the time that you all of a sudden tell everybody it was zero money up front. You just told a bad lie. You overdid the lie. You overcooked the lie. You overcooked your story. But now that you told the story, I know you're a storyteller. Come on, man. JG Wentworth, 877 cash. Now Bud taking the $10 million from my Midwest guys on the commercial. Love your show. Hey, thanks, Nick Gross. And shout out to the Midwest. The Midwest is best, baby. The Midwest is best. Born and raised in the Midwest. Subjugated True said, good morning, Fanon. Bud is going to duck his way into retirement. As I mentioned before, he's a blue-collar fighter, not a prize fighter. I'm telling you, man, I can do all kind of guessing about him now. I don't think he can win that fight. Oh, I'll read what you said, Star, because I missed your super chat yesterday. Your last super chat, Zenith 360. Hold on, let me get to Zenith 360. Zenith 360 said, where'd it go? Bud is also on recording saying he will never fight Spence. They ignore that. Meanwhile, the dudes in here telling us Al want what Al wanted, and we never heard his voice. Exactly. You want me to go with what you say about somebody whose voice I've never heard, and you've never heard, just based off of what who says about it. Somebody like a certain somebody, bro, who I know you're gonna block me soon. Hey, Rick, you better block me. Hey, Rick Glazier, you better block me. Hey, Rick, no joke, you better block me. Because if you're listening, you got to block me. Because I'm literally going to, everything that you say that I read that is a logical fallacy, I'm going to name the fallacy and explain exactly why what you're doing is conning somebody. So I need for you to block me, Rick. Forewarned is forearmed. I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have to block me, bro. You're going to have to block me. Because otherwise, bro, I'm going to give a lesson on logical fallacies with you. Was if I forget, man, what was it man. Oh, God, something ad populum. God, dog, I forgot. Falsus ad pomulum. Hold on a second. What is it? Hold on, I got to tell you what it was. Hold on, what was it? Hold on, man. It'll take only 1 second. I'm rubbing in for a second, then I'll be back. Oh, argumentum ad populum. Argumentum ad populum. Just because everybody thinks it's true doesn't make it true. It's either true or it's not. The number of people that believe it makes no difference on whether something is true or not. But thank you for the comedy, bro. Anyway, they're both Tony T. See, what you're trying to do is you're trying to put it on him. No, it's not. They're not both playing media games. They're not both playing media games. You know who's playing media games. Bud's team was playing media games. Errol's team didn't say anything to the media. And what you guys did, What you guys did was you all are trying to put Errol out there as if Errol was doing the same thing. He wasn't. Hey, Dark Truth in that Cash App said, hot take after the pocket watching comment. Thank you, brother. And that was from early this morning. So Dark Truth, thank you for watching that, brother. And Hill said, hey, my man OG Fresh in the building. Fresh Hill in the building. Give me that. Let me get that gong for you, brother. Bud don't want to fight. Don't want to fight 154. Charlo Fresh Hill. Thank you, brother. Much love in that Cash App to my man right there. Boom. Fresh Hill in the Cash App, brother. Thank you so much. Actually, let me put this up because I have definitely not been putting that up. Let me get back to the comment section. Cash out. No, seriously, man. It's it. I don't know what you're talking about, bro, but I got to put you out of here for commercials. Bro, please don't bring up names of commercials. First of all, don't do commercials. I don't care who it is. And number two, I'm not interested in naming or talking about any particular YouTube channel. Okay? I'm not interested in it. I'm going to tell you the truth as I see it, but I'm not going to name or talk about that. Okay? So you just can't just don't do it. Raymond Murphy said, I appreciate you, Fanon. Shout out to the chat. I wish Errol the best. Bud is a huge disappointment. The entire facade he put on was disingenuous at best. Errol's team was totally professional. Pretty much. Pretty much. Pretty much. And they're gloating that they held back Errol from a chance to get something that would let everybody know how good he is. Bud didn't want to prove how good he was. He said, I already proved how good I was. And I'm saying, no, you've not proved how good you are. That's when Bud says that he's already in the Hall of Fame, case closed. He's saying that everybody already knows how good he is. Which is why, I'm sorry, brother, you didn't fight the guy, so nobody knows how good you are. Because you turned down the fight. Everybody was thinking what you would do in the fight when everybody thought you were going to fight him. But when you chickened out, now we know you chickened out. You're not that confident. It was supposed to be an easy fight. You're going to get him out of there. Isn't that what James Toney says? You're going to get him out. You're going to get him out of there in 4 or 5 rounds. You're not going to go 6 rounds. All of the other guys are picking you to win the fight. Everybody picked you but you. Everybody picked Bud but Bud. Kid the Great so said if Bud and David got paid in advance, and if something should happen to one of them, the fight is off. Will BLK have to sue to get their money back? I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know. I haven't read their agreements. I don't know. I have no clue. Herbert Johnson in the building. Much love in that super chat said, Yizzo, what's up, Fanon? And good people. What team Bud lie? We break it down today. Salute. John Boyce, Lone Star, my man Mike K. Let's break this down. Let's break down the lie that he's a Hall of Famer and that everybody knows how good he is. That is not true. Nobody knows how good he is because he did not take this fight. Much love in that super chat, brother. To my man, JP Porter said 100, speak the truth, big bro. All day, brother. Much love in that Cash App, brother. Thank you, brother. It means a lot. You guys' support means a lot. A lot. Thank you. Really and truly thank you for continuing to allow the support and allow me to talk like this, bro. No, he's actually never proven it. You have a lot of people looking at his film and talking about all the things that he can do in the ring by looking at his film. They talk about his instinct and they talk about his ability to switch stances and he most definitely has been an undisputed champion. But he wouldn't fight Errol Spence. And all of the defenses that you have for it go away because the people that gave it to you got caught in a lie. Or they got caught misleading you. Either one. Because guess what? Misleading is false. If you omit information, you've misled somebody. That's being false. So if you don't tell people something that you know, but you only tell them the parts and then you tell them some other stuff that you don't know is in your self-interest, you can't be trusted. Can't be trusted. And I maintain that. There's nothing, no report. 007 said, Bud, worst resume, Bud at 147 or Canelo Euro Tour. Bud at 147. Easy. Bud at 147, easy. 007. Easy. Bud's is worse, easy. Because you have in the Euro Tour for Canelo, you have Caleb Plant, Dimitri Bivol. You have Caleb Plant, Dimitri Bivol, and Gennady Golovkin. Gennady Golovkin, what you want to say, was a champion. He is Gennady Golovkin. He's past the hill or whatever, but Caleb Plant, he was a champion, and he's a good fighter. He came back in his next fight, beat a good fighter by knockout. That makes Canelo Alvarez's win look better. And he fought Bivol. He lost to Bivol, but he fought Bivol, which after losing and seeing what Bivol can do, you got to give him a little credit for fighting him. Now, he didn't fight several other people, but he didn't come up with no lame excuse. At least he didn't act like he was going to fight him and then pull out. Let's also talk about this. When has it ever taken somebody to 6 months to pull out of a fight? Negotiation. When has it ever taken somebody 6 months to say no to a fight? And they wait until they have another one to do it. Right? Dude, it's just Bud duck, bro. It's all there's just no other way out of this. Bud ducked that fight. And don't come tell me about what he's going to do later, because you can't read. Nobody here has a crystal ball, an operable crystal ball about what's going to happen next year. Now, if something does happen next year, we can revisit that and say, okay, he eventually wound up fighting him. So then you can erase the duck when he actually fights him. But until he fights him, it's a duck, because he turned that man down and he fought somebody else. Jeffrey Brooks said, we all know fighters don't get paid before the fight. That's all cap. No, it's not cap. It's not cap. He got paid already. Bob Arum said he got paid already. David Avancian has already been paid for the fight. Bob Arum confirmed that with Frank Warren, that they've already been paid for the fight. That's not cap. That's Bob, unless Bob Arum's got some reason to lie about it. Bob Arum said that he can tell you, he can confirm that every penny of what David Avancian has already been paid to him. Now, that also makes this argument about Bud not fighting because of the date even worse. Even worse, because he got paid up front. He took the money up front. So you're telling me it's not that you got paid up front. It's not that somebody dropped a ton of money straight into your bank account a month before the fight happens. It was that you weren't going to get the fight for 7 weeks. That's what you expect people to believe. That's not believable. It's just not believable. And no, obviously somebody does get paid before the fight, because David Avancian is saying he already got paid. My understanding is that Bud already got paid. And that's what Bob Arum said. He's like, Bud already got a significant portion of the money. That's what he said. That's what that man said. Excuse me. Josh Kelly in the building. Much love in that Cash App, brother. Thank you for that support. He said, from Josh Kelly, keep supporting the channel, people. Thank you, brother. Hey, man, ain't nobody dropping a ton of cash on me. So I appreciate y'all for dropping a little change on me. We'll keep it rapping. We'll keep rapping about it, though. And my man, Raymond Murphy said, much love in that Cash App. Said, keep up the great work, bro. Thank you, man. Will do. I'll keep trying my best. I got a sore throat today. And Soda Black, by the way, my bad, bro. I kept forgetting it's Soda Black. Soda Black in the building. Thank you, brother, for that dollar holler in that Cash App, bro. Thank you, man. He has great instincts. He smelled danger and ran. Yeah, exactly. He got the best instincts in boxing. That instincts aren't going to help you with that. Like instincts, you're not going to outthink a gorilla. I'm going to tell y'all. Hey, what's good, bro? I ain't seen you in a minute, man. Good to see you. Gabriel Wynn in the building. Says stopping by to show some love. Thank you, Gabriel. Thank you, Mr. Wynn. I haven't seen you in a while, bro. Good to see you, brother. Good to see you this morning, man. Good to see you this morning. I'm glad you're well, bro. Hold on. Driving to work, but shout out to everyone. Big ups to Herbert Johnson and Mike Kirkland. Yes, sir. John Bowie in the building. Much love in that super chat, bro. Thank you again for your ongoing support. And I'm working hard to make sure I don't miss any super chats. Working hard to make sure I don't do that. Aaron H. Muhammad said, greetings, Fanon. You're right. The lies about the money created a distraction so Bud could slip out the back door. The PBC is not Bud's promoter and doesn't owe him a dime. Bud's not a negotiator. No doubt, bro. Excuse me. Much love in that super chat. Rivieras Johnson, David Advancian hasn't been paid yet. The manager has an interview on YouTube saying the money won't be there until a week before the fight. I am telling you what Bob Arum said, and guess what? Guess what? The promoter got the money. Guess who gets the money? The manager doesn't get the money. The manager doesn't get the money. The promoter gets the money. David Advancian gets paid by Frank Warren. Rivieras. Much love in that super chat, bro. His promoter pays him. Guess who pays the manager? David Advancian pays the manager. That's how it works. So if by they paid the money, they mean Frank Warren got the money. Now, maybe Frank Warren isn't going to give the money to David Advancian until before the fight. That could be true. And say, hey, man, I'll pay you the money once you fight. Because if something happens, I got to have the money to give back. That may be the truth. So maybe he means that Frank Warren already has the money for the fight. Which is the same thing. They paid the money to the promoter. My understanding is that Bud already has the money. Yo, somebody already got you, huh? Somebody already clipped you, huh? Somebody already clipped you, huh, brother? Somebody clipped you already, huh? Good for you. Good job clipping them. Subjugated Truth. John O said, when do you start believing Bob? I believe Bob every time Bob says something that makes sense and is not in his interest to lie about. Errol has 3 belts. Which sanctioned body gets first dibs on the mandatory? The WBC said it's the WBC. Subjugated Truth. Much love in that super chat. The WBC said the WBC. But John Holt, when do you start believing Bob? I don't have to believe him. I'm telling you what he said. And Bob Arum is not in the practice of telling you things that are just flat out true, flat out untrue, flat out untrue. But maybe he didn't. But that's not what Bob said. And my understanding is that other people have said that Bud already got all his money. So can't confirm it, but I don't see why he would lie. It's not in his interest. It's not his fighters. And he is a business partner, though, with Frank Warren, though. They are business partners. Blame PBC and Al. No, I'm not. That's weak. Ramen Turner, you want to blame the PBC and Al, and the PBC doesn't speak. And how are you going to blame the PBC? You would just blame Al. You guys want to find a way to blame somebody other than Bud. It's Bud's fault. Al Heyman didn't turn the fight down. Bud did. Bud did. Hey, Josh Riley. Oh, my bad, man. But much love in that super chat. Thank you, Ramen Turner, for that $5 holler in the Cash App. Thank you. And to my man out here, Joshua Riley said, for Josh Riley, grab a coffee. Yes, sir, bro. Thank you very much, man. Thank you for that support, brother. That is a cup of coffee, and I do drink them daily. So I appreciate y'all definitely showing love to the channel, bro. The fight still hasn't been announced yet, nor promotion running. So, yes, Bob Arum is capping. This fight is only taking place through word of mouth. Look, man, you don't know that he's capping. You don't know that he's lying. Don't have me talking like these 20-year-olds. Okay? You don't know if he's lying or not because the fight hasn't been announced. If the fight doesn't happen, then he definitely ducked Errol because he's not fighting Errol next. Bud said he's fighting this year. Herbert Johnson said, you missed my second super chat. Wow, man. God dog. Man, thank y'all for causing this problem. Thank you guys so much for making it hard to stay up on the super chats. This is that's Herbert Johnson or Jeffrey Brooks? Herbert Johnson said, oh, yeah, I didn't read this. He said, that's exactly what I said yesterday, Fanon. You're right. He's not making the Hall of Fame. No big fights, no big name fighters. No, he's not in the Hall of Fame. No way. First of all, you're not going to, if I got a vote, you're not going to get him my vote for playing me and acting like you're already there. You already you taking that for granted, huh? You ducking out of the biggest fight you got, and you duck out the biggest fight that you got, and you think yeah, they clipping you, clown. You're never going to make me get hey, thank you, because I'm not going to go into that mode where people can't comment unless they're a member for a long time. Mr. Kennedy in that super chat, bro. Thank you for that support, man. Nah, Truth Speaks, it's not the WBA. It's the WBC, according to the WBC. Strictly speaking, the WBA is not a mandatory, just so you know. Strictly speaking. He's a former lawyer. He picks and chooses his lies. Look, he's not going to straight out lie, bro. What he's going to do is he's going to make you think that he's going to maybe mislead you. But he's not going to, he doesn't straight out lie. You know what I mean? Like, straight out lie. But then again, yes, sometimes he has lied. I'm not going to say he has lied. I know he's straight out lied before. But whatever. He's a promoter, bro. He lies. It is what it is. But he's usually a reason for it. Solo the Great said, do you think any one of them will fight Boots? No. But the guy that should fight him is Terence. The guy that should fight him is Terence. Lone Star Steph said, good morning, chat. Will be this morning. Straight gas since 2010, 2022. Crawford, something else. Shouts to the usual suspects, Mike Kirkland, John Boy, Herb J, and Deborah Booker all day. You know that's what's up. And T. Wells said, I'm happy that Bud did this BS because if EJ would have taken another fight to stay busy this year, they would be calling him a duck. Thanks, Bud, for ducking. Oh, let me tell you, there's a silver lining, man, to this. No joke. For me, I'm going to be very, very honest. There is a silver lining for this for me. Because, bro, I've been so sick of getting up every morning and having to dismiss rumors that are obviously not true. How many people show up that are there at 8 o'clock in the morning every day? It's seriously, people were like, why do you keep making Errol, Spence, Terence, Crawford videos? First of all, because people want to talk about it, and I'm going to talk about what people want to talk about. Second of all, because people keep making up stuff that you know is not true. You know it's not true. Let's just take a little walk down memory lane. Did Bud sign the contract? I'm just asking everybody who is a Terence Crawford fan, who remembers these discussions, when people were reporting that Bud signed the contract. Did I or did I not tell you that Bud did not sign that contract? Theo said Bud agreed to this contract. No, he did not agree to the contract. He did not sign, and he did not agree. If he had agreed to the contract, they'd be fighting. He turned the contract down. The next question was, did he agree? Don't worry, I'll get to did he agree. Did he sign the contract? Don't jump ahead. Because trust me, my next question is, did he sign it? What we need to come to an understanding of was that he did not sign that contract. Because I told you he did not sign it. And a whole bunch of people, no, it's reported he signed it. He signed it. Who you think this guy's lying? I'm not saying anybody's lying. I'm just telling you he didn't sign that contract. He didn't sign it. You don't know if he signed it. Yes, I do know he didn't sign it. Yes, I do know he didn't sign it. How do you know? Because he's still asking for something else. But that's not the reason I gave, excuse me. The reason I gave is he didn't sign it because they're still documenting things. Bro, no one said he signed it. Man, Theo, I'm going to throw your ass out of here, bro. Yes, they did. Bernie the Boxer said that he signed it. I'm not going to tell you the name. All the names of the people that said he signed it, Theo. They did say he signed it. So shut up before I throw your ass out. Okay? I asked you a question. I don't want to have to ask anybody if they've heard somebody say it was signed. It was reported all over the place that man signed that contract. Pause real quick for my man John Boy. He said, I know you love cooking to start the Saturday. I can't be on today, but if you don't remind, maybe Lone Star and the Coles can make sure Super Chats aren't missed. I completely apologize if I'm out of line. You're not, brother. John Boy, you are the line. John Boy, you saved my channel, bro. I'm going to tell you, bro, you are major, brother. You encourage people to support the channel, brother. No, man. You damn near bring tears to my eyes, John Boy. You ain't never out of line around here. You ain't never out of line around here, bro. Never. Never out of line. Okay? If you get out of line, we gonna move the line. That's how that's gonna go. Hey, Jeffrey Brooks said there is such thing as a good reason and a bad reason for ducking. I'll explain that in the group chat. It's a duck. Any reason that you have is an excuse. You're saying there's a good excuse and a bad excuse. I'm not interested in excuses until you establish that he ducked. Once we agree that he ducked, then we can move on to whatever else. But he ducked. It's not Errol's fault. It's not Al Heyman's fault. It's not the PBC fault. It's Bud's fault. Bud ducked. And any of y'all trying to walk this middle line, like, no, don't blame this guy, don't blame that. Nah. There's culpability in this world. You are trying to straddle the fence. I'm not straddling the fence, bro. I will sit on the fence until I know what's going on. Once I know where the dog is, I'm jumping to the other side of the fence. Jeffrey Brooks. After I get these super chats, because I'm not going to miss them. John Boy said, tell my wife that I support the truth. I hate seeing people get trash. Thank you, brother. No, I mean it for real. Hey, John Boy's wife. No, this man has been so major to my channel. He's been such a blessing to my family and me personally. No, I will tell you, and I'll tell you in a heartbeat, brother. Every bit he's done is super, 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 super important. And everybody else that supports the channel will not lie about it. I needed you. Thank you. Cats know what I've been through. I was through something really major, and nobody supported me. I went through something very major, and nobody supported me. Nobody. I had helped people. I had gotten them monetized. I had sent subscribers to them. I had supported them from the money from my channel to their channels. I got sick and nobody supported me. All threw me under the bus. So no, you people that came around and support the content and allow me to be me, no, bro. That's why I don't miss a day. I mean that very seriously. That's why I do not miss a day if I can avoid it. I wake up in the morning like, nah, we're going to talk about this. I am so appreciative of you. Said this is for the heavy hitters in that. Salute to John Boy. Yes, sir, bro. I'm just telling you the truth. But we'll get back. Let's get back to it. Herbert Johnson said, Miss John Boy, salute John Boy. You missed my second super chat. Herbert Johnson, it was Herbert Johnson. Thought I went back, bro. But let me go back to Herbert Johnson. I want to get back on these things. I'm going to keep my train of thought while I do this, though. I think I went. I'm about to say something. I ain't never going to say that. Hold on. Herbert Johnson. That's what I got you. I got you, bro. That's exactly what I said yesterday, Fanon. You're right. He's not making a Hall of Fame. No big name fights. No big name fighters. You're right. He's not. I don't think he is off what he's done. When you duck out of the biggest fight you have. John Boyd said, salute, you missed my second super chat. I got you, brother. Vermont Davis, so would you take $10 million for a tune-up with Al holding up? Would I take $10 million for a tune-up when Al is holding up? I'm not answering fantasy questions. I'm not answering fantasy questions. We're going to talk about what actually happened. I'm not going to. Let me address your super chat, though. Let me answer your question like this. What you're trying to do is get me to go with some hypothetical that I don't know is true so that you can justify something Bud did based on a hypothetical. You wouldn't take $10 million for a tune-up? Would I take $10 million for a tune-up? Yes, I would. Why? Because I'm not a boxer. And I'm going to take $10 million in a minute because nobody's going to offer me money for that fight. If you're talking about me. Is Al holding it up? No. Bud held it up. Bud held it up. Bud held it up. Bud is the one who was asking for more things to get written. The last edits to that contract that we know of, through admission of both parties, was Bud asking to adjust, to make a change to the contract. He said, Letitia Stovall even said it, we're waiting for them to agree to the things that we asked them for. That's what we're waiting on. So they were waiting on Errol Spence, his team, to respond to them. Guess what? They responded, and they sat on the contract for weeks. So again, what you're saying is not true. And I'm not going to answer hypotheticals that wind up putting you in a position to say, see, Bud didn't do anything wrong, because none of what you asked, you might as well be asking me if somebody walked across the street and said, hey, man, can I kiss you on the forehead for $10 million? Can you kiss me on the forehead for $10 million? Sure. Where's the money? Lay the kiss on my forehead. Take a picture, tell the world. I don't care. You give me $10 million to kiss me on my forehead. As long as kiss doesn't mean as long as you're not talking about a kiss like a metal kiss through an explosive unit, as long as you don't mean that type of one, yeah, sure, go ahead. You might as well be asking me that question, because it's not, what you're saying is not based in any fact that you know of. What that is based in is rumors that were spread by self-interested people who have now been caught telling stories. Or better yet, falsus in uno, falsus in omnibus. They misled you in one scenario, so everything that they say has to be questioned. And I can tell you flat out, they've been misleading you about a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. And I'm in the midst of going through all of the stuff that these people have been misleading you about, not for 2 months, but for a solid year of misleading you. A solid year of it. At least a solid year of it. Like, where did that come from? Inquest, much love in that super chat, brother. Thank you for your support, bro. Nah, he isn't. You're right, Theo. He's not ducking. He ducked. It's past tense. You're 100% correct. He's not ducking. He has ducked him. He already ducked him. We can talk about ducking until he actually ducked. I'm not slapping you. I already slapped you. Okay? For John Boyd, Mr. Assassin in the building. Much love in that super chat, bro. But I'm going to get to you in a second, bro. Robert Yaramillo said, Fanon, stay blessed, my dude. Thank you, brother, for that support, bro. Thank you for the support, bro. Affluent Money Jizzle said, I was a hardcore Bud fan, but I can't respect him after this move. I think Shakur has more dog than Bud. Yeah, he does. He absolutely does. From what I can see, unless he turns the fight down under this type of circumstance, which nobody would accept from anybody else. Mr. Assassin will get a wrench. Yes, sir. Much love in that super chat. Yes. Next time I see him, I get him. Vermont Davis said, Black Prime on board, and you should hop on is justified. Man, look, dude. Hold on, man. Who are you? Hold on, man. Hold on, bro. Hold on, man.
If you shop on Amazon.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Hold on. That's what I thought, bro. See you later, King. The fuck out of my face, bro. Go away, King. Go away, RuPaul. Go away. Go away, kid. Go away. Bud is going to the Hall of Fame because of his status, not who he fought. He's undisputed number of times. He's undisputed a number of times number one pound for pound. I don't think he's ever been consensus number one pound for pound. Bud Crawford is, I don't think Bud has ever been consensus number one pound for pound. I don't think so. I think it's always somebody's either had Usyk there, or they've had Canelo there, or they've had Lomachenko there. I don't think Bud has ever been consensus number one pound for pound. But he's not done anything to deserve it in the last several years. So it is what it is. Big Coop said, big ups to you, brother Fanon, and everyone else that supports the best boxing channel on YouTube. Thank you, bro. Much love, bro. He said, Fanon, stop. I mean, look. Watch this, though. Hold on, man. Make sure. Fanon, are verbal contracts legal in the business of legal? Verbal contracts are enforceable anytime that they are not specifically required by law to be in writing. A verbal contract is a verbal contract is a contract, yes. Provided there's an offer, there's an acceptance, and there's an exchange of consideration, and it is legal. right? Contracts do not have to be written to be binding. No. Unless, yeah, exactly. Past tense. He ain't ducking anymore. He ducked. I didn't skip your super chat, Jeffrey Brooks. I just got your super chat. Got you. You're just a little bit. I'm just a little bit behind on the super chats. I'm not as bad as y'all think I am on these super chats, bro. But let's get back to it. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to this. He said, is Jermaine Taylor Hall of Fame because undisputed? No, he's not. Dude, Bud didn't get Fighter of the Year for being undisputed. Jay Miller said, Bud brings excitement in the ring, but drama outside. The drama is overshadowing the excitement. Now, to me, I can't rock with that no more. Bro, Giant TV, can you give me an example of a legal verbal agreement? Anyone? Okay, sure. Here's a legal verbal agreement. You go to 7-Eleven. Go to 7-Eleven and ask the guy, go up to the counter and ask him, if I give you $10, will you give me this 6-pack of beer? Right? And the guy said, yeah. Or better yet, who did I block? Timothy wasn't a member. Who did I block that's a member? Only who did I block? Yeah, 7-Eleven is a perfect example of that. You don't have to write that down, and that's a contract. If you go up to a store and you ask somebody, you go to a pawn shop, somebody unblocked the member that I blocked, bro. Because if I did, that's my bad. But that dude right there is king. He just made his channel today, the guy that I blocked. So maybe I missed him. So yeah, just go to a pawn shop and buy something. That's a contract. You say, how much will you, and negotiate with them. Say, hey man, I'll give you $15 for this. And they say, okay, yeah, you give them the $15. Guess what? They can't say, okay, I'm not going to give it to you. They have to give it to you. Why? Because there was an offer. You offered it. They accepted it. You exchanged consideration, which is the money, the $15 that you paid. Once they give you the $15, they have to give you the money back. You also have damages. Now, then there's the question is it enforceable? In order for it to be enforceable, there has to be damages, right? No harm, no foul. There has to be damages, some sort of damages, restitution, reliance, something, expectation. There has to be some theory that them not doing what they said that they would do in exchange for your consideration, right? It could be reliance. It could be, look, man, I lost a lot of money because you didn't keep your promise. You said that you were going to show up at this concert. You didn't show up at this concert. All these people bought this tickets. It's damage to my reputation. Dude, yes. The rule is that you only certain contracts that are deemed by law like real property. You have, for example, to buy a house, that has to be in writing. Real property is something connected to the land. That has to be in writing. But I can give you plenty of examples of contracts that have to be that are verbal. Most contracts are verbal. Most of them. The reason that you want to document them is if you ever have to go to enforcement, then you're not in a he say, she said type of situation about what the terms are. Because the court will then, if you don't have anything written down, the court will then assume will make the assumptions for you. Kind of like a will. Like if you don't have a will, the state will make assumptions for you about what you wanted. So anyway, there you go. John Boy said, the real Mashara assassin is the $10 super chat. Don't worry, I'm going to get you. Hold on, let me go all the way down to the end. Oh, you deleted them? Okay, cool. And you clipped them. Yeah. Text me, John Boy. Just text me. Yeah, you're a clown, bro. Get a life, man. God, dog, bro, get a life. You know what I'm saying? Go get a life, man. Get a life, man. Anyway, Yeah, marriage is verbal. But, in common law, yeah, there's all kind of one. But look, let's get back to what I wanted to talk about real quick. Said the one I clipped is King. Hey, thank you, brother. Next time I see the Mr. Assassin, I'm definitely gonna get him. Don't worry about it. And I will check because it's gonna be made up in a day. I check everyone. I check everyone because that's the pleasure that he gets is to make me check. So he will spend 5 minutes to make me spend 2 seconds. He'll spend $2 just to annoy me and spend his time. You said, Assassin, did I get blocked? No, you didn't get blocked. You got wrenched. Nope, you got wrenched, brother. Nah, they wanted you to get a wrench. So you got a wrench, and then somebody the clown, RuPaul, jumped out there and tried to get your wrench so he could start blocking people. So anyway, let's get back to this. So the first question was, Edward Torres said, Fanon, I appreciate your boxing. All love from the Shy. Shout out to the Shy, man. Hey, all day, Mr. Assassin. Look. So the first question was, did Bud accept the fight? Did he sign the fight? The answer was no, he didn't. So that report wasn't true. Did he agree to all terms? Did he agree to all relevant financial terms? Was that true? No, it wasn't true. Why do you know? Why do you know that it? First of all, why do you know that he didn't accept this contract? Because he's not fighting. That's how you know. And you knew before that, based off the fact that he was asking for changes to the contract. If you're asking for changes to the contract, you didn't accept the contract. You made a new offer. That's how that works. So, did you notice that I said offer, acceptance, and consideration? When you make an offer and you change it, that means you rejected that offer and you made a new offer to them. So instead of accepting what they offered, you made another offer to them. You took all the terms that were in the original offer and you asked for extra things. That is rejecting one offer and making another offer. Guess what happened? Errol accepted that offer that Bud made, and he made the changes and he sent it back, and then Bud turned it down. Bud withdrew his offer. Strictly speaking, Bud withdrew his offer. It's an offer. You call it a counter offer. It's an offer. Rumble, you said it's called the counter offer. Excuse me. It's an offer. I don't want to put the word offer there. I don't want to put counter offer. I want to say it's an offer. It's a new offer. You turned down the offer because you made a change to it. And you made a new offer called a counter offer to them. Right? So then what did Errol say? Errol said, I accept. And he made the changes to the contract and he sent it back. And then what did Bud do? He turned it down. He withdrew his offer from Errol, is what he did. By not signing it and going to fight someone else, he by his actions let Errol know that he was withdrawing his offer to fight him. That is a duck, partner. That is a duck. Any way you cut it, that is a duck. Now, go ask your local attorney if I'm telling a lie about that. Go find him. And ask him what I explained is not exactly what happened. Errol made an offer to Bud. Bud rejected it and made a new offer. Bud sent that offer to Errol. Errol agreed to it, made the changes, and then after Errol made the changes, Bud withdrew his offer and went and fought somebody else because he said, I don't want to wait that long. Even though in his offer that he made was the date that he said he didn't want. Making change, he made changes again. Making changes is a new offer. Making changes is a counter offer or a new offer. So Bud offered February 4th when he sent it back because that is a new offer. And Bud's offer included a fight for 2023. When he said, make these changes. And a change was not fight me on December 10th. The change was, I need visibility into this. I need visibility into that. He didn't reject February 4th. He accepted February 4th, but he rejected the whole offer. But then he made a new offer, which included February 4th. So if you make a new offer, including February 4th, I could care less. He doesn't know any of the people behind him. So what? The people behind him doesn't want the fight? No, it's Errol's team. It's Errol. Let me tell you, I'm not into that. It's Errol. Errol has a team that works for him. Errol has a team that works for him. He has a manager that works for him. He has an advisor that works for him. And he has coaches that work for him. Errol is the one that is accepting and making offers. Do you know what Al Heyman is? Al Heyman has agency. He is negotiating on behalf of Errol. It's all Errol. All Errol. All Errol. Bomac may want something, and Bomac may not want something. But it is ultimately Bud Crawford's decision to make. Al Heyman can agree to something or not agree to something. Not want something, but it is not his decision to make. It is Errol's. So stop trying to get out of it by calling Al Heyman the duck. All you're doing is trying to cowtide. All you're trying to do is cowtide to Errol Spence Jr.'s fans and walk the line. Al Heyman works for Errol. That is his manager. His job is to negotiate deals for Errol. Did you notice that Errol said to Al, I am not fighting Keith Thurman? I am not fighting Keith Thurman. Al Heyman doesn't get to tell him to fight Keith Thurman, does he? So why does he get to tell him not to fight Terence? Oh, no, let me just walk the middle of this and say, oh, it's Errol. It's not Errol's fault. It's Errol's fault. It's not Errol's fault. It's Errol's fault. Is what you're saying. It's not Errol's fault. It's Errol's fault. Man, it's either Errol's fault or it's not Errol's fault. It's Bud's fault or it's not Bud's fault. Do not go pointing to his sister and his cousins and be like, well, I know he really, really wants to fight. He just said no. Because guess what? Who said no to the fight? Who said no to the fight? Put the name in the comment section. Who turned down the fight? Or better, should I say, who withdrew their offer to fight? Who walked away? It was Bud Crawford that walked away. So how in the world are you going to say it's Errol's team that didn't want the fight when Errol's team didn't walk away? Bud walked away. I'm still waiting on that answer. How did Errol's team not want the fight? although they work for Errol and have to do what Errol says. Bud turns down the fight. But it wasn't Bud that didn't want the fight. It was somebody that didn't have a choice that didn't want the fight is the reason that Bud turned down the fight. Let me tell you what that argument is officially. Ad stupulum. I'm gonna make up a Latin word for that. Ad stupulum. Ad stupulum. Can anybody guess what ad stupulum means? It means that's stupid. It means that's no Bud did duck. Bud is not a Bud did duck. Hey, I would love to hear Bud's response in upcoming interview. He's going to get torched. No, he's not. He's not going to give interviews to people that actually would torch him. No, Bud is a duck. Bud ducked. Sorry, Bud ducked. Bud ducked this fight. It's not on air. It's not on a mystery man that you've never spoken to. Who are the people? I want to know who interviewed Errol. He said, it's so dumb for now I got to give it a Latin name. Ad stupulum. For you to blame a guy that said yes. You blame the guy that said yes. And you don't blame the guy that said no. You said the guy that said yes said no. And the guy that said no said yes. No, they didn't drag it too long. They didn't drag it. What do you mean they drug it? Who is they drug it too long? It was no. The man turned the fight down. It's him. It's him. It's him. You can make any excuse that you want. It's him. Okay? It's him. You know it's him. It's him. So let's not act like it's not him. It's him. Okay? Now, what are we going to do now that Bud ducked is the next question. What are you going to do now that Bud ducked? Because I don't want to hear anything that any of y'all say. I want to know, no, Bud is the duck of the century. Bud is not the duck of the year. Bud is the duck of the century so far. He's the duck of the century. There's not been a more blatant duck this century. Executives don't wait. They give this definitive. Let me help you with this timeline stuff that you do. First of all, they'll wait if they want it. What do you mean? Executives don't wait. Yes, they wait all the time. Let's just trash that garbage. They wait all the time. What do you mean? What do you mean they don't wait? Yes, they do. They wait all the time. They wait to get paid. They wait for contracts to get signed. They negotiate deals for years. What do you mean? People negotiate deals for years. No, the century. It's the duck of the century. So executives don't wait. Yes, they do wait. What do you mean? They wait all the time. Hey, what are you kidding me? They don't wait. What do you mean they don't wait? What if what if they want a really big deal and the customer's not, they're not, dude, you will take years to negotiate a deal. You think 6 months is a really, really long time to negotiate a deal? It's not. I'm a facts fan. Yeah, I'm clearly, hey, Albert Langston, let me help you with some other obvious things. You are clearly trying to excuse Bud ducking. You are trying to look for a reason for Bud ducking. Bud ducked. Just live with it. There's no other argument to be made. Bud ducked. What do you want? If Errol Spence Jr. knocked out Terence Crawford, if Errol knocked Terence Crawford cold in a fight, and I said Errol Spence Jr. knocked him out cold, would you come to me and say they give timelines? Yeah, if they give timelines, and guess what? If you don't make the timeline, they will adjust it. What do you mean? That's what you have project managers for. And that's not even a contract thing, the timeline. The timeline is a project thing. And guess what? You work in contracts too. Have you ever heard of a change order? Have you ever heard of a change order in a contract? Mr. I work contracts. Have you ever heard of an organization of the state saying postponing a start date? or taking something out or them saying that there's going to be a start date, but they can't. Why? Because they didn't get their teams together and they can't agree to a statement of work. What happens when the statement of work gets pushed back? You know what they do? They adjust to it. It's human beings, man. Get out of here. Executives don't wait. You're lying if you don't see that. Executives don't wait. What happened with Elon Musk in Twitter? What happened with Elon Musk in Twitter? How long did it take Elon Musk? How long did it take Elon Musk? Elon Musk waited. The executive of Twitter waited. How long was the Comcast merger? They waited and waited and waited. Why? Because they needed approval from the federal government to allow it to happen. Why? Because people filed complaints with the SEC. So they had to wait on the SEC to approve the deal. It was legal, duh. Man, shut up. Stop making shit. Man, stop lying. Look, bro, I'm not fake. You are. I'm not fake. You are. Caleb Brooks said, took contract law last semester in school, and Fanon been spitting facts. Thank you. Thank you. Bro, I worked on, get out of here, man. I know what I'm talking about, homie. People negotiate until they are satisfied with a negotiation. You have two parties, and executives are on both sides, bro. And negotiations are on both sides. It's the most blatant duck. It's the biggest duck of the century. Bigger than, and guess why? It's bigger than Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder. You know why? Because they never negotiated. They never actually sat down at the table. Keyboard man say, you know your ish, Fanon. Appreciate that, bro. I'm not fake, bro. I'm telling you what I know. I'm telling you what I know. And I'm also going to tell you this. I'll tell anybody this. Any of y'all that say you don't know the business of boxing, you don't know what business is. Now you got YouTube contract specialists. I am. I'm a YouTube I am one. I am that. Isaac Green says, now we got YouTube contract specialists. Yes, you got a lot of them, and I'm one of them. Absolutely, you do. You have channels that are absolutely contract specialists. Yeah, I am. No doubt about it, I am. Unless you're talking to me, you're not talking to me, talk to somebody else, but I am. I am absolutely positively an expert at contracts. I am. Oh, not you, the other side. Thank you, bro. I'm going to tell you, yeah, but no, in that particular instance, I am. Thank you, Isaac Green. I appreciate you. All good. Nubian Allen said, all good deals take time. Yeah, bro, but here's the big Nubian. Thank you for that support. Here's the big thing. Bud retracted his offer. Fanon, you've been saying the same. James Green said, Fanon, you've been saying what was happening from day one. So why do they keep coming to your live with that foolishness? They will learn. Bro, they're not going to learn if they get paid. But that's okay. We got to undo a lot of stuff. I don't mind because we have to undo a lot of stuff. People are not going to unlearn this. I don't mind. I really don't mind. I think it's something that I can actually offer the world of boxing. I absolutely believe it's something. I absolutely believe it's something I can offer because people keep acting like business in boxing is not. First of all, it's business, period. It's not business of boxing. It's business. Business is business. Whether it's boxing, football, information systems, a lawnmower service, business is business is business. It's nothing different. You just have different subject matter. That's it. But business is business. That's why you don't see boxers running their own promotional companies. Because they're boxers, they're not businessmen. Okay? Who runs Golden Boy Promotions on a day-to-day business? It's Eric Gomez. Who runs the PBC? It is Al Heyman, NBA. Who runs Mayweather Promotions? Leonard Ellerby, a guy with an MBA, a Master's of Business Administration. That's why he keeps telling you guys you don't know business. This is business. It's not the business of, but it is the business of boxing. But you know business or you don't know business. You know contracts or you don't know contracts. And I'm telling you, I know contracts. And I'm going to tell you exactly what Bud did. Bud made an offer, it was accepted, and he refused to provide consideration. He made an offer, Errol accepted it, and then Bud took the offer off the table and refused to consummate it by providing confirmation, by providing consideration, right? Or evidence, or what you call signing the contract and actually having to fight. Isaac Green says street negotiations are emotional. Executives are not. Great deals take time. Offer, counter until the deal is done. Pretty much. But dude, business is business. Business is just business. That man ducked. That man just ducked. Just call it what it is. And Bud's not going to get out of it. He ducked. Ducked. In Conquest, I'm in agreement. Yes, sir, brother. That's all good. Thank you, bro. Hey, none of us, look, bro, we can all get a little bit more educated as we chop it up. But look, man, you guys, you need to stop telling me that things that people say that are just not, they just do that. That's not what they know. And I've been saying it for a long time, bro. They don't know it. They're not businessmen. They're not businessmen. They're not contract specialists. They're not. They are PR people. They're involved and have been involved for a while in public relations. They're not journalists. They are public relations people. And it has been that way for a while. Most of YouTube boxing, not most, I won't say most, these guys are involved in public relations. That's what they are, but they call it journalism, but it's public relations, really. It's really public relations is what they're doing. And once you know it's public relations, you can take what they say with a grain of salt. Why? Because it's public relations. It's business. It's called public relations. There's a difference between somebody that gets out there and makes a public speech for you in support of you, right? Then somebody that is an independent journalist working for himself or working for herself and working at a newspaper that is not owned by you, and them giving you the facts and giving you their opinion. That's journalism. PR people are when you get together and you say, hey man, how can we affect our relationship will you be a go-between with me and the public? That's what a public relation is. They're managing your public relationship. They are saying things to the public for you to improve how the public thinks of you. And they are not duty-bound by telling the truth, which is why you will hear them say a whole bunch of anything. And you get surprised because you think it's journalism. It's not. It's not journalism. It's public relations. So just call it what it is. You'll see what it is. And now you know. So guess what? Let's get rid of all the public relations bulletins that have come out about Terence Crawford and Errol Spence and get around to what was actually said by the people involved themselves. The principles of the negotiation. The principles of the negotiation are two people, Errol Spence and Terence Crawford. So what did Errol Spence say and do? And what did Terence Crawford say and do? When you look at those, you see that Terence Crawford was the last person to make an offer to Errol Spence. Errol Spence Jr. agreed. And then Bud withdrew his offer. Said, oops, you're taking too long. What? You've had this agreement for 2 weeks, and you offered me the February 4th date because you asked for changes. So I made changes that you said, if you sign this, if you make these changes, we're good. If you accept these terms, and the way that you'll accept them is that you document them here. If you accept these terms, we're good. Errol said, okay, I accept those terms here. And then Bud walked away from the negotiation table. So guess what? That means the reason that the fight didn't happen was Bud walking away. You're just telling me why you believe he walked away. But you are also, when you're telling me why you believe he walked away, you're telling me contradictory things. You're saying, well, it's because he got $10 million and it's because the fight was too soon. Which one? The fight was taking too long? So you're telling me what if he didn't get $10 million? He still would have turned it down? Or what if they would have said it was December 4th? You think we can fight on December 10th. You're trying to tell me you think he would have turned down the $10 million for no money up front on the same date for a harder fight? No, he wouldn't have accepted that. Why would he? Exactly. Why would he ever accept what you say he was offered? But here's the fact. He did. He, in fact, offered it in technical terms. So let me tell you, bro, your boy ducked. Get up out of here. Are they actually recommending? Let me tell you something, man. This is a way to still talk about Errol Spence, but not talk about the fact that Terence Crawford ducked him. Marcusy, are they actually recommending Spence take the franchise belt so that they can then turn around and have an excuse for Terence Crawford never fighting him? Because why? Because it's not undisputed anymore. Right? Let me ask you a question. Did the people that say that he should look for the franchise belt, do they believe that the franchise belt is the WBC championship? No, they don't. So what they're asking you is to tell Errol to drop the WBC belt, duck Keith Thurman, become the franchise champion, and now there's not even undisputed on the line anymore. And what do you think that these PR people are going to do 2 weeks later? They're going to turn around and they're going to blame Errol for dropping the belt. After they get you clowns to all ask for that. Because they're public relations people. And they want to get paid for public relations. Right? Dude, I don't want to bust people out, but that's what this is. We know who the CEO of Black Prime is. It's Desmond Grums. That's the guy that runs it. Who are their PR people? The people that they're paying to talk to you. Those are their PR people. That's the function of a business. They're public relations people. Guess who Tim Smith is? Does anybody know who Tim Smith is? Tim Smith is head of media relations. He is their public relations person. He's their public relations person. You want to know what people's jobs are at BLK Prime? It is public relations. They're getting paid for public relations. And that's not complicated. It's just the truth. That's the function. That's the function that they're serving. Public relations. So there you go. And that's what a lot of YouTube channels are doing. Tim Smith is the guy that's in charge of public relations for the PBC. It's a guy that talks to the media. He gives information and speaks to the media, which they don't do very often. He doesn't do very often, but they don't have a lot of push on public relations. That's kind of a weakness of the PBC, in my opinion, is that they don't value public relations. They value dollars and cents because why? They're businessmen. And at the end of the day, they're looking on their return on investment. They're looking at their ROI. And if the ROI is good, If the ROI is good, it's good. If you're making money, I'm not rocking the boat. Why am I going to rock the boat? Rocking the boat may mess up my money. Keep saying whatever you're saying as long as you keep. Olu1 said, would you join Black Prime? Bro, I don't know. Why would I? What? I don't know what I would do. I don't know what I would do. What are they going to offer me to join them? What are they going to offer me to join them? And what do I have to do is the question. I don't have any problem with Black Prime and signing fighters or doing public relations. I don't do public relations. I'm not very good at it. But I don't have any problem with them doing what they're doing if that's what you're trying to get around to. I don't have a problem with that. Good luck to you, bro. Sign more fighters. Seriously. My only thing is, hey, bro, Terence Crawford ducked. Period. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. He ducked. I'm not out here blasting BLK Prime or any of the people that work for them or the things that they're doing. God bless you, brother. God bless you. I don't have any problem with you. Would I work for them? They never called me. So we'll cross that bridge. We'll cross that bridge if we ever come around to it. Just to recap, do we suspect Bud stalled the fight to corner Spence into his 3 mandatories at 147? Errol can't hold that weight for much longer. Let me tell you, I just think he ducked. All the rest of that, I don't know about. I don't think Bud didn't have anything to do with him getting mandatories assigned to him. I think he ducked because he didn't want the fight. Yeah, but my mama's boy said joint BL man, dude, ain't no problem having a job with somebody and they're paying you and paying money. It's not. But it's public relations, bro. So that's what you're doing. Just let everybody know that's what you're doing. Whoever goes with BLK Prime, whoever does it, not one person, anybody that does it, you should be able to let people know that you're doing what you're doing, so they know where you're coming from, and it's up to them to believe and support if they want to believe and support. You know what I mean? I don't have any problem with those guys. Why would I? I've told you for a long time, I don't have any problem with Devin Haney, Bill Haney. I don't have any problem with them saying what they're saying. None. I don't have to believe it because this is my channel. So I'm going to believe what I believe, and I'm going to share what I share. One and only PBC and Showtime are finished wildest. Man, shut up, bro. Nobody hear this crap, bro. Nobody want to hear you make believe. Nobody want to hear your make believe, bro. They're done. Dude, they got a fight tonight. Showtime has a fight tonight. And guess what? Showtime, the fight was that 77K wasn't even on Showtime. That 77K was on Fox. Wasn't even on that network. So what are you talking about? PBC and Showtime are done. You see Wilder's 77K? Dude, Wilder fought on Fox. So how is 77,000 pay-per-views on Fox have any reflection on Showtime when they got a fight coming up this evening? Obviously, they're not done. They got a fight tonight. Oh, they got a card tonight. Sorry, they got a card tonight. They got a card. Sorry, they got a card tonight. They got a card. They got a card coming up, man. They got a card. Man, I don't care who he fights, bro. He should fight Errol Spence. He should fight Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford should be a man and drop out this fight, get those people their money back, and fight this guy in February is what I think he should do. That's what I think he should do. I'm just catching up. What is Spence being forced to do? Is this in his fight? Oh, that's something that was said by Terence Crawford's camp, that he has a hard route to take, is what he said. He has a hard route to take. Thank you, brother. Oh, anytime, Fahim Sator. You know what it is. I don't want to insult the great sport of boxing for that. Obviously, But let me ask you a question, bro. What is a more intriguing matchup? Fahim? Terence Crawford, David Avancian. Terence Crawford, David Avancian, or whatever his name is, versus Anderson Silva. What's a more intriguing matchup? It's up in the air for me. It's up in the air for me. No joke. It's up in the air, bro. Hey, yeah, they're using Spence only focused on fighting Bud to pull a Punk belt hostage move. You're right, Fanon. Only mistake Errol made. Yeah. Fahim said that's low. I mean, hey, bro, I specialize in low. I go low, I go high. It don't matter difference. It make no difference to me, bro. Like I said, ain't nobody out here supporting me but y'all. Ain't nobody out here supporting me but y'all. So whatever is in my book, you know what I mean? I owe no duty of loyalty to that. I'm just telling you, the Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul fight is more intriguing. Because I don't know who's going to win. There's a chance that 50-year-old man may actually win. There's zero chance that Bud is going to lose to Dave Avancian. Punching below the belt line. Like I said, I'm not a boxer, bro. I'll punch you dead. Fight me, I'm gonna punch you anywhere. Shoot. I just saw somebody on Twitter getting pistol whipped. That was crazy how I did this dude. I was like, wow. This dude, like, God dog, man, for real? Like, it's like that. That dude did that man dirty, man. Shouldn't have been. You got to stay out of them. You got to stay out of them situation. You know? Do exhibition fight because it's less predictable. I mean, yeah, exactly. Hey, what's going on, Mr. Garcia? How you feeling, man? But look, I'm going to put this link in this chat for individuals who want this smoke at first. John Boy said they also use Errol Spence Jr. to cloud chase for their fight and push Black Prime, which they did really well. For boxing fans, we lose out on it, but great business move. We'll see, though. Yeah. Yes. Did you see the audio of a private convo leaked with Errol Spence Jr. and who? And ESPN? No, I have it up on my page. I have it up on my page on Twitter. Yeah, I saw it. I edited it because in that video he says that Terence Crawford did talk to Al Heyman. The PR people said that Al Heyman refused to talk to Bud, even though it says it right in that video that Al Heyman asked Terence, "Do you ask all of these questions of Bob Arum?" Errol Spence Jr. says in that conversation that Bud talked to Al Heyman. But yet people were reporting that Al Heyman refused to talk to Bud. And Al and Errol was what was it? And Errol was deceived. It's like, man, that's PR, bro. That's PR. So the link is only for individual people first. I would like for it to be, but nobody really wants to smoke with me, bro. Nobody wants to smoke. I'm going to let it be for 5 minutes. I'm going to give you 5 minutes for any of y'all to come here and talk crazy because you know full well. But then again, I can't do it because the only is the guy that has a crush on me. You know, ESPN leaked EJ's convo. It seemed like ESPN and Hal don't talk because he asked questions he should already know. Bro, how do you know Steven Espinoza leaked that? Pound for pound, number one. How do you know he leaked that? Who? And I mean this. Who told you that was leaked by Steven Espinoza? Let me know who told you that. Where did you hear that? That Steven Espinoza leaked it? On TikTok? Somebody leaked that on TikTok. The first person that I heard have it was Lefty from Chicken Talk. He's the one that I saw put it out. Other than that, that was on TikTok. How do you know that Al Heyman, that Steven Espinoza leaked it? Why wouldn't you say Errol leaked it? But even if it got leaked, what difference does it make? The man said what he said. What great opponent did Spence face? Great? None. Great? None. Why? Because Bud ducked him. Every time he tried to face a great fighter, they ducked him. He tried to fight an undisputed Keith Thurman, and he got ducked. Everybody else that fought him had already had a loss. Every undefeated fighter that he wanted to fight when he was coming up ducked him. Sean, and I'm going to tell you specifically the names. Keith Thurman and Terence Crawford. They both ducked him. Do you have another question? Walkable winner? Anything else? The answer is none. Because they ducked him. What's next? You think I'm going to make something up? Nobody. Boots didn't duck him. Man, excuse me. Joe Jack, for you, all you guys trying to dump Jaron Ennis accusations on Errol, excuse me, Terence Crawford ducked him a week ago. It makes sense. I don't care if it makes sense. Who told? It makes sense. It makes sense that Steven Espinoza leaked it. So you don't know is the answer to that question. So you don't know if he leaked it or not. Somebody just said it makes sense that he would. It makes sense that Al Heyman would. It makes sense that I did, that I would. It makes sense that I would. Right? Fanon International leaked that. Why? Because it makes sense. Because it makes sense. Fanon talks about Errol Spence all the time. Fanon talks about Errol Spence and Terence Crawford all the time. Fanon has a YouTube page where that might get a lot of views. It makes sense that Fanon leaked it. He said, Fanon, you called all of this months ago. The Bud situation, Fanon Adamus. Nah, that would be stealing another channel's use of Nostradamus. No, bro, this is called Logidamus. It's called logic. They not ready for that, Fanon. Crawford ducked Boots facts. That's it. He ducked. You can't get out of it, bro. Your boy ducked. That's it. Your boy ducked. If you don't share me some he said, she said stuff that cannot be verified by anybody, and all you're left with is what you actually know, then you know who ducked. And don't tell me what all the inside, everybody in boxing, all the insiders say that it's Al Heyman. Man, all the insiders, all of them. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, bro. Like I said, I'm here on Saturday morning, bro. I'm here on Saturday morning for that. Like, whatever. I'm saying, like, whatever. And I mean like that, like, for real, whatever. I'm here for that all day, every day. I'm here all day, every day for that. Like, for real. That's like, no joke. That's like, man, I don't even know what to do. I don't care what I can say what that's about. It's called Fahim saw this coming years ago. Yeah, you know. Yeah, he did. Fahim is a real one. I was defending Bud, but I don't get any. Y'all don't want to acknowledge that I was saying that Bud wasn't ducking until about a week ago, until he ducked. I never said Bud was ducking until Bud ducked. It's just for real. I never said that man ducked until he ducked. Hey, hold on one second, man. I'm gonna put this link in this chat. This is for people that want that smoke. Bud fans and Bud fans exclusively. If you got some common sense, other than that, I'm gonna let cats cook for a while and let y'all get this Let y'all, because now everybody should be awake. It's 11:30. Everybody should be awake. But here's the link. I'll be back in 1 second. I got to make a quick stop, real quick. All righty, I'm back. All right, man, I put that in there. Hey, I put it in there, bro. I put it in there. There's that link for y'all. All the Bud ain't duckers. Bruh, what's up? Pound for pound number one. Bro, seriously, man. I like, man, look, for real. Like I said, man, please don't do this to people. I'm not a sucker, man. I'm not a sucker. No joke, bro. If you're not my wife, I'm not a sucker. You know what I'm saying? If you're not my wife, I'm not a sucker. It just works that way. I'm not a sucker. Okay? You all can be suckers. I don't want to be a sucker. All right? Because they think you're suckers. Suckers. No joke. They think you're a sucker. And I mean it, because I've heard them say it. They think y'all suckers. Straight up suckers. Anyway, so no smoke wanted. We got a couple more minutes on the smoke train for anybody that want to act. They can't compete with your logic for now. Not a chance. Samuel Aguar. Oh, he jumped in. He jumped out. Thought I had something. He ran out. Nah, bro, I'm not trying to hear none of that. You think it makes sense that he did this? It makes sense that? What can you do with that? It makes sense. So that's just what you think. That's not what you've not heard that. You not heard that. None of that. Outlaw, you really wanted to bait me, Outlaw Thomas? Or you? What's up?
No, man. I actually just saw the StreamYard. I was catching in late, so I thought everybody else was on already.
Oh, okay. Nah. Well, the first couple minutes I was gonna get some. I want to know because I'm calling Bud a blatant duck.
Well,
so I was just wondering. If anybody,
I agree with that 1,000%.
I was just waiting for that, but I don't think anybody's gonna come, bro. He said, "For now, your haters are admirers of Bud, so they know they don't want that smoke." Nah, bro, they don't want that smoke because Bud ducked flat out, bro, flat out. Look, let me put the link in there, and we're gonna let like 6 people on. I can't do more than 6. I can't because it gets to be like a lot after that. Every other channel they want smoke, not double zeros, bro. Let me tell you something, man. I've already told them what I'm gonna do. Like Larry Bird. I'm telling you, like Larry Bird would do. Larry Bird would tell people, you piss him off, he's gonna say, "It's exactly how I'm gonna whoop you." I'm gonna score a jumper from that corner right there. Then I'm gonna dribble all the way to the other corner, and I'm gonna score a jumper from that corner right there. Then I'm gonna sit here right on this line, and I'm gonna shoot this one. Then I'm gonna do a reverse layup. Those are my 5 shots I'm going to take on you. And there's nothing you can do about it. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's nothing you can do about it when I say Bud is a duck. Nothing. Because I'm going to ask you this question. Who turned down the fight? Bud did. There you go. You ended right there. Who turned down the fight? Let me ask you another question. Who said that they don't want the fight? That they don't need the fight? Is it true that Errol Spence Jr. said he didn't want, there was nobody else that he wanted to fight? That's true. Did Bud did he not say that he could take or leave this fight? And that even for 50%, he may not accept the fight, even at 50-50. Yes. Did Errol ever say he was going to fight somebody else? No. And then who turned down the fight? Bud. Then you can say, well, would you talk about how much money? Where'd you hear that from? Give me your source on 0 money up front and 35% net. Give me the source. As soon as you give me the source, we're going to shoot that down. Bip, bip, bip. Do we need to explain why we shoot that source down? No. But that source has been shot down. So no need to bring that one up. Then you got Bud's own team member saying, oh, it was $5 million. And then somebody else saying, no, it was $15 million. So there's just as many rumors that, and also let me ask you a question. When have you ever heard of Al Heyman ever doing bad business with somebody? When have you heard of Bud doing bad business with somebody? All of the bad reputation is on the people that pulled out of the fight, not on the person with a good reputation. And you actually have nothing to support any of the money things that you guys said before. None. But anyway, there's no way to get out of that. It's Bud. Bud ducked it up. What's going on, E-Money Bags? But y'all can debate E-Money Bags and Outlaw Thomas, though.
That's cool. You know, I was trying to get to it last week to see if E-Money Bags was going to admit to it yet, but I don't know where you at this week.
E-Money Bags. E-Money Bags. Oh, he's frozen. He was frozen. E-Money Bags. How you dealing with this duck? How you dealing?
Am I still frozen?
No, you're not frozen.
Oh, okay. It's you know me, man. Like my boy, he got me working hard, man. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I gotta get my Johnny Cochran on with Buzz, man.
Hey, Johnny Cochran died, bro. Johnny Cochran wouldn't take the case. Let me tell you, I met Johnny Cochran, bro. Johnny
died taking cases like this. God damn it, shit.
Hey,
Johnny
man,
gonna be like, nah, bro. I'm not taking my first L on this one, bro.
E-Money Bags, man. Don't let it stress you too much. I know they on you.
Yeah, man, it's hard, but but listen, man, I still got some logic. If Bud can prove, I don't think it was 10 million. I don't think they gave that man 10 million. But if he can show 10 million, he get a little foot. You gotta take the foot off the neck just a little bit. But I don't know giving that. If he got a 10 million, if he got a $10 million check, that's still a no.
Not at all.
It's still
what he eats don't listen. What he eats don't make me shit. And on top of it, he said in an interview about Errol Spence, if you confident, you all that, money doesn't matter, you take less money. Bud said that. You don't like that. You remember that? Remember when Bud said, if you're confident and you think you can win, you take less money?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, dog. So Bud is being a hypocrite either way you go. He was either talking about Errol needing to take less money to fight him, but he's not willing to take less money to fight Errol. It's hypocritical.
But I think with Bud, Bud is one of them dudes where he kind of like, we all got that friend where they kind of get like an exception. You just know he's going to be a certain guy. Like, because we all know if he fights him in a year from now, it's not going to, and history's not going to be talking about no duck situation. Hold
on. You need to give him an exception.
No. I said,
you want a special exception for Bud?
No, that's not what I said. I said we all got a friend. I said we all got a friend. Like we all got an asshole friend. Come on, Panay. Everybody here has an asshole friend. Like that's just him. That's my man. He does this from time to time, but that's my man. We all got an
asshole. Hold on, let me define asshole friend. A guy that ducks.
Quite possibly.
gotta hold him accountable.
Yeah, that could be part of the conversation. Yeah,
We all got a friend that ducks.
sitting right there, or you gotta kind of defend that he ducked, but you might be saying like, yo, he might have ducked, but I still feel like he'll whoop the boy ass. You might have to
Still my boy, huh?
Yeah, it's still
Hey,
your
let me
man.
tell you something. Bud is not my friend. Bud is a professional boxer I have never met.
Right.
I ain't cutting no slack for Bud, but that's cutting slack, so you know he ducks. Only way I would have to cut him slack for ducking is if he ducked. So we just gonna get around to the conclusion that he ducked.
But that's why I made it a financial thing, because like, you never know what a man got going on. That 10 mil up front might be
he was gonna make more with it
right now.
Man, he was gonna make more with Errol's fight. We know that.
Read the comment section. Read that comment down there for him. Oh, you in the car. It says a therapeutic duck exemption. Hey, hold on a second, because I'm suspect on this Joe Jack. Joe Jack.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, cool. I was just making sure you're not that dude, man. What's good with you, man?
Man, peace to the panel, man. Peace for now. Long time listener. So don't get it twisted. But I gotta get you on this Bud EJ situation. I gotta get you, man.
No problem. I'm right here.
Now, I'm gonna keep it simple because you are smarter than me. I'm not gonna come up here and act like I'm smarter than Fanon. You older. You established in your career.
Hey man, no therapeutic ass whooping exemptions, brother. You just gotta come on out what you say. What you say is gonna be good or it's not gonna be good, brother. Trust me, it ain't magic.
I know that's why I'm gonna keep it simple. I know how you rock.
That's the best way to do it. Keep it simple.
What was in the contract that Bud turned down from PBC? Can anyone answer that?
No. Nobody can answer that except for Bud and their teams.
Smooth. So are we arguing that Bud should accept a contract that nobody knows the terms or price on?
No, because he knows the terms and the price. And he did accept it. That's what he said.
He agreed
It's
to
not
all
a question
this.
it's not a question of if he should accept it. He said he did accept it. In fact, he accepted it, made changes to it, and sent it to Errol. So he actually made an offer to Errol. Errol accepted Bud's offer, and then Bud walked off.
Is there a date and venue that was on that contract that Bud signed?
We do not know that because we have not seen it. However, it has been reported that there was a date and a venue on there. However, it doesn't matter because it's something, whatever was on there, Bud accepted it.
If Bud accepted it legally and then backed out, wouldn't he be in some legal trouble?
I don't know if he would or if he wouldn't, but he did back out of it. I don't know. I don't know if they would or if they wouldn't. Yeah, that's a lot of assumptions with that. I wouldn't know because I don't know if they relied on his word to spend any money. Like there's some ways that he could be, like, say, for example, they had already booked the venue and paid money based on his verbal agreement of the fight, and they put money down on it, and then he walked away, then yeah, they could probably say, you cost me money, and that I spent on reliance of your, or that I spent, I think that's restitution. I'm getting rusty. I need restitution because I spent money on this, and as a result of that, you not turn around not fighting, yeah. That's why fighters get sued when they don't show up for fights or they pull out of fights late. Yeah, because once they've already invested the money. But I don't know anything about whether they actually invested the money or not. I suspect they didn't spend a dime because they knew he was going to duck. That would be my thought.
I could dig it. And this is my last point. I appreciate you the way you answered the questions. My
pleasure, brother.
Yeah, for the audience, y'all should take an example of how I came in answering the questions direct and quick. Don't be long-winded against Fanon, because they'll take whatever you say and fuck you up with it. Be direct and quick. Don't bullshit with this man. Now, this is the last point I want to make.
Yes, sir.
Around last year, springtime, in the summer, after Keith beat up Barrios, the PBC was kind of hinting at wanting Keith to fight EJ, and EJ dropped his nuts and said, I'll never fight him, which I respect. But
Right.
now, all of a sudden, as negotiations fall out with Bud, Keith Thurman is EJ's mandatory by the WBC. Now, I respect the way that Al Heyman do business, and I would hope that he would put EJ's wishes for undisputed over a Keith Thurman match. But when things look so well and are timed so perfectly, I can't help but to think that he really wants this Keith Thurman match over the Bud match, or at least before the Bud match. So that's another reason I'm skeptical at either blaming either fighter for this, because I could see what PBC's doing. They want to make a good amount of money, then go into the Bud fight,
Well,
which I'm not mad at.
Let me stop you there. Bud turned down the fight, not the BBC. So all of the thought about what these guys could think or couldn't think and all that, they obviously didn't think that because they accepted what Bud wanted. They didn't pull out of the fight. So the fact, all of the very convenient, that's what you call a very, very convenient justification, that because Keith Thurman is the mandatory, that must somehow be the reason why the Errol Spence Terence Crawford fight didn't go through. No, Bud pulled out of the fight. The PBC couldn't have anticipated Bud pulling out of the fight and going to fight Advancian. They were going to fight Bud. What people are trying to do is trying to come again with some speculation about what could be in the mind of people that we've never heard before. I guarantee you, if you ask, and this is why these dudes won't come around. If you ask any one of them that come up with this, you say, have you ever heard Al Heyman say that? The answer is no. Have you ever heard Errol Spence Jr. say that? No. Obviously, Keith Thurman wants to fight with Errol. Clearly. He doesn't even want the fight as a mandatory. He wants a voluntary. And then, yes, they did say months ago that Terence Crawford did say, hey, yeah, I will be the mandatory for the WBC if I beat Barrios. I will be the mandatory for the WBC. That's what I was told. And that's what came about. But guess what? Same thing applies to Jaron Ennis. Jaron Ennis called out Errol Spence Jr., wanted to fight with Errol Spence Jr. He got a mandatory fight. Did the IBF concoct a mandatory for Errol? So did the PBC concoct a mandatory for Errol with Jaron Ennis? So that he wouldn't fight Bud? Guess what? Well, and he's not even with the PBC. He's with Showtime. But Stanionis, did they concoct a mandatory for Stanionis with Terence Crawford? I mean, with Errol, so that he would have to take it? That's just mind reading that nobody can justify because nobody's actually talked to Al Heyman. That is easy to do when somebody doesn't speak. It's just to say, yeah, that's what they're thinking. Yeah, well, let me tell you what Errol, because that's what they're doing. Let me tell you what Al Heyman's thinking. Dude, who are you? You a mind reader or something? You a mind reader or something? You gonna get out of my chat, bro. No commercials. Bojack. Be a man and come to the channel yourself, bro. The link is right there. Okay? All that bap you been doing, that link is right there in the chat. And like I said, none of y'all ever want no smoke with me. None of y'all want none of that smoke with me. And I'm going to tell you very clearly, you shouldn't want that smoke with me. Because there ain't no way you're getting out of it. And I mean it. If I was wrong, you ain't beating me. You guys argue for sport. I know y'all type of clowns. Y'all argue for sport, for fun. I'll argue with you for fun. I'll take the bad point and beat you. Get out of here, bro. Like I said, y'all got smoke from me over there. I'm always looking at smoke coming out of chimneys over 3-4 hills away. I've been doing this for months now. No hold up on who can hit that link. No hold up. But like I said, now let's get back to some seriousness. I'm not into mind reading, brother, and I'm not insulting you. I appreciate you coming, you talking to me. I'm not into mind reading. I don't know what Al Heyman prefers for breakfast. Al Heyman wants to eat, he likes fried chicken and flapjacks for breakfast. How do I know that? Well, I saw him at Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. So he had chicken. Oh, okay. That's how you know. You got better insight to what that man likes to eat for breakfast than what that man is thinking relative to Errol and Terence. But you blame Errol, not you. Y'all want to blame Terence. I mean, you want to blame Al. It's Al that did it. You want to tell people that Al's going broke. How you know Al's going broke? How do you know? Well, this guy I know said, no, dude, did you see his profit and loss statements? Did you see his financial reports? Do you see his internal financial reports? You don't know. Nobody knows anything. I'll tell you what people know. Bud turned down that fight. Bud turned down that fight. And Errol said he was blindsided by Bud turning down that fight. He was under the impression that Bud was going to make that fight. And then Bud walked away. Bud ducked. That's the only thing we know. Everybody else wants to talk about facts. Let's talk facts then. Established facts. Not guesses. Because that's not you, brother. I'm not trying to be loud to you. That's guesses. When you start talking about Al Heyman going broke, the PBC going broke, what's going to happen with Showtime because because a senior executive quit is getting replaced, you're guessing. And all the guesses wind up being against the PBC. I don't want to talk about any of your guesses. What do you know? You know that Bud Crawford said he may never take this fight. You know he said this fight could happen down the line. Bud, I'm not talking about Mayweather. Because guess what? You think Mayweather has say-so over this contract. You don't know it. I know Bud is the guy that's signing a contract for Bud. So when Bud says, I'm past this, dude, MF first, you can get this smoke, dude. You can hit that link, but dude is arguing. This is not conjecture. This is not, you don't argue about conjecture. You actually, what do you call it? You participate in conjecture. This is not conjecture. This is a fact. Errol Spence Jr. did not know out of his own mouth. He said, we thought this fight was done. Terence Crawford said he doesn't need this fight a bunch of times, and Bud walked away from the fight. You do not know how much money Bud was making. You don't know that. You hear people saying it, but you don't know it. You hear that Al Heyman doesn't want it, but you don't know that. You're just guessing at that. That's conjecture. Bud literally walking away from the fight is what you know. If Errol had walked away from the fight, you would have known Errol walked away from the fight. And you would probably not. This is now I'm going to engage in some conjecture. You probably would not accept the argument that Bud took too long. Bro, contextually, you're out of here, brother. You got to hit the link or shut up. There's that link, son. There's that link.
Hey, big dog for 9. I wanted to say this. You right about the points on Al Heyman because, like we all know, Al Heyman, he don't talk unless he doing business with people. So I can't say you wrong because we don't know what he thinks or what his plans are, what he said. But 2 points I would like to make is this. First one, we know Tim Smith, he surely spoke kind of weirdly on the subject of paying Bud and how it wouldn't be enough money to pay Bud as far back as last year, January. I thought that was odd when he did that, maybe negotiating tactics, but I thought that was really weird after he kind of wanted to make a point that the money Bud would probably ask for in a negotiation would be too much and he would have to bend a little bit. I thought that was weird when Tim Smith made that statement. But my second point I want to make, then I'm going to drop down and let y'all talk, is I truly hope that Spence don't fight Thurman, because if he do fight Thurman, then I'm going to know, okay, Al Heyman influenced him to do it because he literally said he don't want to 40 times. And I believe Spence, but I also know he loyal and he respect Al. So those are the last 2 points I'm gonna make, and I'm gonna let you cook on that before I say something dumb and you mess me up, man. Go ahead.
Look, let me tell you something, man. You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything dumb. You tell him you good. It's good stuff what you're saying. But look, let me clarify. What Tim Smith said was talking about was that Tim Smith said Bud is used to big guaranteed money and he doesn't do big pay-per-views. He wasn't built right. So the fact that Bud is not a big pay-per-view draw, that's just a fact. And those guys pay guarantees. Most of the money that the PBC fighters make are in guarantees. Are not in guarantees. They're on the back end. So, for example, Errol in his last fight, got paid 1.5 million guaranteed. Got 1.5 guaranteed. He didn't get a big guarantee. Bud got a $6 million guarantee in his last fight, according to the lawsuit that he filed against Terence Crawford. Against Bob Arum. So I think what he was saying was, look, man, if you think we're going to pay you a $6 million guarantee and you're not a big draw on pay-per-view, bro, we're probably not going to offer you that much. But also what Tim Smith said in that interview was, look, I mean, that's my opinion. It may wind up being different. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of it, Bud wind up, according to Bud, having agreed to all the major financial terms. According to Bud's team, they had accepted all of the major financial terms. So talking about what happened a year ago is odd. That's what happened a year ago. But what we know now is that according to Bud and according to all these other people, Bud's team, he had accepted it. He just had a couple changes that he wanted, right? So Errol and those guys made the changes and they sent it back to him and he walked away from the fight. Black First, you're out of my channel, brother. You've ducked the smoke too many times. I'm not interested in you anymore. I waited for you to get on the chat. But now you're talking about people being disrespectful. Bro, all I owe is not to mistreat somebody. That's it. If I tell a story about somebody, that's being disrespectful. Not if I see something and I call it like I see it, that's all I owe anybody. That's not a matter of disrespect. I don't owe that man I don't owe him. Disrespect is if you pay me to say something crazy and I don't say something crazy because you took my money. That's disrespectful. You took my money and you didn't give me what you said you'd give. This is not disrespectful. This is just calling it like I see it. All of this talk that we have going on around us about all of this he said, she said stuff. People come to my chat all the time. Professional boxers say it all the time. Oh, we don't know. We're not in the negotiation. Okay, so since we don't know and we're not in the negotiation, let's do this. Let's only talk about what we know. And when we talk about only what we know, Bud looks like a duck. You're king now?
What up, man?
Your time.
Huh?
Your time is up. You know what I mean? Anyway, y'all go ahead and cook, bro. What's going on? Where do E-Money, where you at, brother? You still breathing? E-Money, you still breathing?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey,
I'm here.
Steph,
I'm
what's
here.
going on, man?
I'm here. I'm just, I'm on the West Coast brushing my teeth, getting the coffee ready, listening to you cook some dudes. I'm good, though. I'm good. Salute to you guys. E-Money. Allah.
Hey, for none.
Yes, sir.
So, I think it was like Wednesday or Tuesday. I had said something that people wanted you to answer, and we never got around to it. I had mentioned that when they were saying like Bud had accepted the deal, and we kind of thought that was.
But what is the deal?
I said, remember, like in late September when they first were saying Bud accepted the deal,
right?
And we kind of didn't really believe it. We kind of thought like that don't really make sense. I had mentioned that I had personally thought that maybe, and this don't help the situation about it, but I would book it under business. To me, I think his folks might have put that out there to get BLK Prime to up their price. Do you think that's possible?
Anything is possible, bro. Anything is possible. I mean, I don't know anything about how that would work. I don't know. I think that Bud was one thing I know for sure. Bud was open to fighting somebody else. Because if they made him any type of offer, Bud had to have told him he was open for the offer. That's this. I'm gonna very seriously stick very, very closely to logic. If Bud was in there talking about making a fight, and they were offering him, and he took a phone call from them, clearly he communicated to them that he was interested. Otherwise, they wouldn't make a first offer with him. He wouldn't get on the phone with him. Right? Like you tell him, I'm going to do an analogy. You got a girlfriend, right?
That's a fact.
Or say you got a girlfriend a long time ago. Nobody's wives right now. Not trying to get anybody mad. Say you got a girlfriend, and she's like, and you're like, hey, will you go to prom with me? And she said, I don't know. Yeah, I think so. I'll tell you next week for sure. But then you find out that she took a call from another dude 3 weeks ago. And you say, I heard you were talking to this dude about going to prom. Yeah, but I didn't make up my mind. What the fuck you doing answering the phone call? How'd he get your number? Like, how did you even have that conversation? You didn't make up your mind. You didn't tell him no. You didn't tell him no. You took the phone call. He's sitting in your living room. What you mean? You don't even have to get to it. You know she was considering doing something else because she was talking to the dude. Right there. So the very fact for me that Bud was even talking to BLK Prime, that he got a call with him, means he was open to another fight whenever that happened. And guess what? More than likely, somebody around him, and this is me guessing, somebody around him may have told them, Errol, he's shopping for other fights. Because that's what Steven Espinoza said. Steven Espinoza said, well, we knew Bud was walking around talking to other people about making fights, but he's talking to PBC fighters. So we knew that deal's not going to go through because you're not going to get a Jamal Charlo fight. We're not going to put anybody over. The PBC is not going to steal Errol's opportunity for you to fight Josecito Lopez. You know what I mean? So first of all, Steven Espinoza on Chicken Talk, and Steven and Steph was there. He can verify this. Said that they knew Bud was talking to other people during the time of this negotiation. Well before they got to BLK Prime. It appears well before. Bud has been talking about fighting other people this entire time. Whether it's Jermell Charlo or somebody else.
But don't you think that's smart? Because for months we was talking about Bud had nowhere to go. Shouldn't he cross his T's and dot his I's?
It may be smart. It's still a duck.
Absolutely. So it also about
now doing the best business possible for you as a duck. A duck to me.
I didn't say it was the best. I didn't say it was the best business possible. You're trying to put words in my mouth. I don't know that it's the best. I don't know the contract. Let's go back to the original question.
Not the contract. I'm talking about securing other possible fights if this doesn't go through or if it doesn't work.
Just because you look at other fights doesn't make it a duck. But when you accept another fight, it makes it a duck. Yeah. Yeah. He walked away from the fight. He ducked. Watch. Hold on one second. Somebody is definitely fooled. What were you saying, bro? Go ahead now. MF first. MFist.
All right. So I'm curious. Y'all speak about him like he's not, really like that. A duck is someone who's afraid. Y'all saying Bud is afraid?
Nobody said he was afraid.
Like
so you can cut that right there. Excuse me, bro. Nobody said. Excuse me. Nobody said he was afraid.
So what is it? That's what a duck is. If you're afraid, you would.
No, a duck is when you don't take a a fight for whatever reason. You don't have to be afraid to duck. I didn't say that he was afraid. I never said he was afraid.
So you're saying because he made a business deal, he found an opportunity that may work better for himself, he's a duck?
Because he did not take a fight with Errol Spence Jr. for the undisputed championship of the world that he was negotiating for, he ducked Errol Spence. Absolutely, I'm saying that. I don't know what the business deal was.
I disagree. I think the fight event. I hope the fight eventually happens and all of this comes to light, so he could really put this into perspective. Because right now, we just going back and forth. But you calling this man a duck? This dude is pound for pound. He done went through the ranks, more than once, and y'all calling him a duck. He don't deserve that. You know what I mean? Like, y'all got to figure out a different way to describe this situation, because calling
it's called a duck.
Crawford
That's what it's there for.
Is disrespectful.
A duck is a fact. What do you want to call it? He said he avoided it?
Disrespectful.
It's a duck.
Because the only thing that you're going to see is just side. Only thing you're going to see is just side.
No, I'm seeing his side. He turned the fight down. He said he took a fight. He turned the fight down.
So
Errol Spence Jr. wanted
you
to
think
fight.
he would call himself a duck? If he was on his channel right now, he'd be like, yeah, y'all, I'm a duck. Nah.
First of all, again, I don't know what he would do. I'm not in the you don't have to admit you're a duck to be a duck. You ducked. Let me ask you a question. Did he take the fight? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
Okay, so he didn't take the fight.
No, that's not the argument. Of course, that's not the argument. That's not
the argument.
It is
the argument. It absolutely is.
All right.
He did not take that fight. He said he did. Did he say he didn't care about the? Didn't need the fight? Did he say he didn't need the fight?
He
yes
did
or no?
say that. Career-wise, he doesn't. I'm saying I understand his perspective. He said that the first time he said it.
So thank you very much. The man said he didn't need the fight. Did Errol Spence Jr. negotiate for another fight?
Hold on, say that again.
Did Errol Spence Jr. negotiate with anybody for another fight that you know of?
Nah, I don't believe so. But I would assume that you know what I'm saying, I'm not in the business. You know what I'm saying. I'm coming from a spectator side, and I'm looking at it like he had to have something in his back pocket. I would assume, because if that fight
let's
fell
try to
through,
do something,
he
bro.
needed to have
Let's
something
not do
as it
assumptions.
did.
Let's not do assumptions, because assumptions are when we go all over the place. Let's talk about what we know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do that.
No, you are. You said you
Only thing I know is the fight isn't happening in 2022, and I hope
I'm going to ask you
the
some
fight
things.
happens next year.
Excuse me. The only thing, let me tell you, if you know this, did Bud Crawford say that he was past the Errol Spence Jr. fight and he didn't know if he would take it even if he got paid 50-50? Do you know that he said that?
I don't know he said that.
Excuse me. Steven, do you know that he said that? Steven,
I do not know he said that.
Yeah,
Bud definitely said that. Bud definitely said that.
So you don't know that, but there's other people on the panel that I can ask that.
I'm a Bud fan, and he said that.
So we know. Did anybody else hear him say that?
What's that?
Did you hear anybody on this panel hear Bud say?
Yo, I'm trying to tune. I'm trying to tune in.
He absolutely did.
Okay, so he
but
did.
My thing is going in and out, so I'm just going to jump off and I'm gonna text because I can't even hear.
Yeah, okay.
He's in a white T-shirt and being interviewed on a virtual interview, right?
Barak. He was on Akim Barak show. So he did say that. All right, so that's a yes. Bud said 50. Did Errol Spence say, and since you can't hear, I'll ask the other people on the panel. Did Errol Spence say, or did he not say, that Terence Crawford is the only fight for him?
Yeah, he said that.
Yep.
And that he has no other options?
Yes.
It's true. He said it's the money and the legacy fight.
So Bud said it wasn't that big a deal to him. He doesn't need it. Errol said he needs it and wasn't not negotiating with anybody else. Did Terence Crawford negotiate with somebody else during the time he was negotiating with Errol?
Yes,
he did. And did Errol Spence Jr. walk away from the fight, or did Bud walk away from the fight and take another fight?
Bud walked away from the fight, took another fight.
So is there anything that you guys know that you guys actually know that would make it look like Bud, out of Bud's mouth, that he isn't the one that walked away? Did Bud ever say that it was the money himself?
Oh, it was never the money, Kanan.
But did you ever hear Bud say it was the money? Bud.
Yes, multiple times.
No, you heard Bud say it was the money that is the reason that he turned it down?
Oh no, I'm just saying that that was one of his criteria of like why he was holding up the fight, or they were negotiating is what I'm saying.
Right. Anyway, dude left, so you get my point where we was going
Yeah,
on.
totally, yeah.
All right, so I'll let y'all cook for a little while. Moneybags, ask a question of Steph, and then I'm gonna go to these super chats.
All right, Steph. So my thing is this: I want to get your point of view on this situation. So if Bud looking at this situation like, I got to get the best deal for me, and that if we could prove it, we can't prove it because it's all going to be subjective. They're going to hide their hand a little bit because Fanon says, matter of fact, Fanon said something that I'd rather touch. He said that Errol didn't look at no other fight, which is 100% true. But Errol, no, he's part of a PBC gauntlet of fighters that if he does need a fight, they can get him a fight like that. Bud knows he can't get a fight like that because he's not attached to no company. So he might have to do a couple of things outside the box. So is that not understandable to some degree?
Yeah. And you know what, E-Money? I'm cool with it, sir. I'm cool. Off the rip, this is what Bud chose, man. This is what he chose. And then my comments back there earlier about it was not about the money. It wasn't, because he signed with BOK Prime and to fight David Epinesian for $10 million. I find myself hard-pressed to believe that he wouldn't make $10+ million fighting Errol Spence. He said he needed a fight this year, but you're not fighting Errol. So, and then let me say this too. When I was talking to Steven in that Chicken Talk space, he said, look, man, everything that you and I are talking about, that everyone's talking about, I'm not criticizing us, but what I'm saying is everything that we're talking about, false, meaning the numbers and things like that, because he had each and every contract in front of his eyes, what was offered, what was negotiated, things like that. He also said, talking about Steven again, that Bud doesn't have to sign a contract. He's not forced. We're not trying to manipulate him in any way or any of that. He doesn't have to do any of that. If he thinks if it's not good for him, that's what he thinks. They weren't trying to push that on him like that. Fact of the matter is, he walked away, man. And I'm going to come back to me personally. I'm cool with that. I'm fine, bro. I think a lot of us are disappointed, mad, angry, the whole nine because of, we didn't get this fight. But can't force Bud to do anything he doesn't want to do, man. And then, frankly, we just kind of have to wait and see what's good. We really do. We really do, because he's got to fight now 41 days, 42 days. We shall see. As for Errol, you're right. He does have some options of cut-through fighters because, in my opinion, he's the real deal. He's a draw. He's a pay-per-view. I think every fight going from here now is a big fight for him and whomever he decides to fight. And that's just the gist of it, brother. That's just the gist of it. So we're here today and still talking about because Terence walked away. And it's hard to defend, man, if you're a Bud fan, if you truly, and I get it because no one understands why. But who's that? Go ahead, Bud. I see you up there. Welcome to the panel.
Real quick. Keaton Davis, I was holding this for a while. Keaton D1 said, Bud Duck, Tupac exception, loves his mama, Brenda, and Spence fight today. Thug Life, expense approvals, and David advancing tomorrow. No way out of that duck. Yeah, bro, there's pretty much no way, brother. Except for if you do say you think that it is disrespectful to call him a duck, I'll say he ran from the fight. He avoided the fight. He rejected the fight. I mean, boxing parlance is who's ducking who. It is, yeah, it's a saucy term, but you get what I mean, bro, because you guys are speaking all of this stuff about Al Heyman and what Al Heyman could possibly be thinking, and you guys are trying to find ways around Bud turning down this fight. Like, Bud turned down the fight. Bud is the reason that the fight's not happening. So, no, there's no blame should be on both sides because it's disrespectful to blame somebody for something that they're not responsible for at all. If I get in a car with you and you're the driver and then you start driving 100 miles an hour down the road and you pull out a bottle of alcohol and start drinking, and then I'm like, hold on, man, hold on. And then all of a sudden, boom, the car crashes. Somebody gets seriously hurt. You can't be like, oh, well, you were in the car too. It's your fault too. No, it's not my fault. I didn't drive I was not in the passenger seat. I was in the passenger seat. I was not drinking. I said, let me out the car. The dude would not let me out the car. No, it's not fair to equally distribute blame between the person that was driving the car and me. And that, well, I'm telling you, when somebody is dead wrong and they know that they are culpable, they try to spread as much of that blame around to other people as they can. Errol Spence Jr.'s name and reputation should not take a hit from this. Even if you're trying to say, well, I'm not going to attack Errol's reputation, I'm going to attack Al Heyman's reputation so that I can mitigate the damage to Bud's. No. If you think it's important that the best fight the best, and you're not interested in the money, you're not interested in what the pay-per-views will be and all of that other stuff, which a lot of people say, all you're interested in the fight is you got to look and say, okay, who is the reason that these guys did not fight? And if one guy is clearly responsible for it, put it on him. If you're fighting somebody, two kids want to fight after school when you were kids, and you say, we're going to show up, okay, I got a problem, you got a problem, we're going to show up after school and we're going to fight. If I show up and you don't show up, you get sick in sixth period. Like, oh, what happened to John? Oh, man, he caught a cold in sixth period. He caught a cold. In first period, he was okay with fighting. Yeah, but he got the sniffles and went to the nurse, and his mama came and picked him up. We think he may have caught that Ovid. Bro, come on, man. You ran from that. Whose fault is it that the fight didn't happen? The guy that all of a sudden caught the sniffles. But wouldn't you say that if you got the sniffles, you wouldn't really want to fight with the sniffles, would you? You know what I mean? The snot may get in your eye and you may get blinded. I mean, come on. Dude, that's what this sounds like to me. It's like Bud was saying before Bud fought Ugas, Bud was out there in Dubai in pool talking about, I'm hunting for big fish. We're going to destroy him. This is an easy fight. There's no way. I mean, you got people, every Hall of Famer out there predicting he's going to win the fight. And guess what? The guy that all y'all said was going to win the fight walked away. And if you don't want to talk about it for the sake of the fighters, let's talk about it for the sake of barbershop conversations. You know what I'm saying? And me and you and everybody else coming to my chat talking crazy, or other chats talking crazy. Your boy didn't take the fight. Don't be like, oh man, Errol been ducking him. He said, why take the easy side of the street? Do you notice how that shit just got completely reversed? How now you're saying, well, you can't blame Terence for taking the easy route. You can't blame him. He's getting paid a lot of money. You can't blame him, but you can blame Errol for it. No. You can blame Errol for fighting guys on his side of the street that are easy fights to make and say that Errol's been ducking Bud for 5 years, but then Bud drops out of the negotiation to go fight a tomato can. But, it's a business decision all of a sudden. No, bro, I'm not letting you slide on that because we're going to have to talk about other people. Like, no joke. Eating money bags, I'm not letting money bags slide on that because guess what? Later on down the road, it's going to be Jaron Ennis versus somebody. And then somebody doesn't fight Jaron Ennis. Why? Oh, because, I got Virgil Ortiz. Oh, because Virgil Ortiz isn't Errol's not Jaron Ennis isn't a draw, but Jaron Ennis is really ducking me. But then we get all the way to the fight, and it's Jaron and it's Virgil Ortiz that drops out. And then now I got to be like, okay, well, it was good for Bud, so it's good for Virgil Ortiz. No, just like this stuff with people talking about, oh, Errol needs to go get. I can't believe people came to my chat with that. Errol needs to get the franchise. That's what he needs to do. Didn't y'all just say the franchise isn't even a title? Didn't we have that conversation in Moneybags where the franchise title is not even a title?
I know about. Yeah, I don't think we did. The group did, but
franchise.
You personally.
Franchise.
There are people lobbying Errol to get the franchise title, so he doesn't have to fight Keith Thurman.
Actually, for now, I want to sneak this in there because.
Go ahead, man. Oh, let me get this last one. I'm sorry, and then y'all can go. Errol has been open to another fight too. If he said he was fighting on November 19th with or without a Bud, we never mentioned that because Errol never said that. That's not on record of Errol saying that. There's no tape of Errol saying that. That's the boxing voice that said that. Boxing said they heard Errol was going to move on with or without him. Errol said that that's my only fight. And obviously he didn't move on from November 19th because he's on tape saying that he thinks the fight's going to happen in January. Go ahead, though, bro.
Yeah, about that phone call, because I still haven't listened to it at all. I mean, I don't even care. That's new information to my eyes. I'm hearing people tell me, what did they say? They were like, I guess that date and then, skip that. They're just saying that, like, Al this, Al that. Look, Al Heyman, like you've been saying throughout this broadcast, is the advisor manager of Errol. He works for Errol. It's not his job to help Terence. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. He works for him. So, and then they're saying, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say in the phone call. They were saying that he wants to talk to Al Heyman. He's been talking to Al Heyman this entire time. He said that in his press release when his fight with David got announced. He said, I told Al and Errol I needed to fight by the end of the year. And we all know you've been turning down contracts throughout the months here. But you've had transparency like no other. Why do I say that? He's Errol's manager and advisor. He's the one who's saying yay or nay to or advising Errol, saying that this is good, this is not good. So all that is, to me, fabricated. I just thought that was funny, but yeah, I haven't even listened to the phone
call. Can I correct something for you too?
Yes, please.
Because see, this is other stuff that's been put out here that's false. Reginald Roges, much love in that super chat, brother. Thank you for the support. And John, people always said people that debate off assumptions are idiots. Yeah, I ain't gonna do none of that. Much love in that super chat, bro. Let me clarify something because I actually have a tape. I have that up on my
You have a video?
Yeah, I have it on, not on my video, on my Twitter.
Okay.
And people are saying that Bud wanted to talk to Al Heyman, right?
Right.
And that he didn't get to, right? What the tape actually says is that Bud wanted to talk to Terence, to Al Heyman. And then in the very last bit, he says Al Heyman told Bud, asked Bud. Al Heyman asked Bud, do you ask Bob all these questions? That's what the tape says. So in the tape, it actually confirms that Al did talk to Bud. And Errol was saying that he wanted to talk to Bud. He wanted to talk to Al because he didn't trust his attorney. And Al was like, do you ask all these questions of Bob? And then he repeated it. When he repeated it, it was much more clear what he meant. What he said was, Al even asked Bud, do you ask Bob all these questions? The only way that Al could ask Bud all these questions is if Bud actually talked to Al. So when there was more information put out there again about, well, why would you sign a contract if you can't even talk to Al? He did talk to Al, and Errol said he talked to Al. It's telling you people are just taking whatever they hear and manipulating it into something that makes Al Heyman and Errol Spence Jr. look bad and justify Bud walking away from the fight. And we're never going to get back to the core of the issue, which is this. Maybe Bud doesn't think he was going to win. How about we get to the nitty gritty of it? Maybe Bud doesn't think he can win. We're all acting like that's not a possibility. It's just as much, well, we can go through all of what Al Heyman may or may not think. Well, since we're talking about what people may or may not think, maybe that guy thinks that Errol Spence Jr. is a lot better than you think he is. Maybe Bud thinks that man over there is a lot more dangerous than you think Errol is. Because last time I checked, Errol almost ruined Yordenis Ugas's career in his last fight. Y'all acting like that man ain't no, you acting like that man is a soft touch. Maybe Bud don't want that fight because that ain't no soft touch.
E-Money.
I give that Ugas fight too much credit, boy. I swear.
E-Money. He crushed the man's face.
I'm not saying he didn't, but Ugas
and his upper body. He crushed them, like literally his face is falling off, falling down.
Ugas
that is almost ruining someone's career.
Bro, what I'm saying is this, T. I'm telling you, hey, since we want to get into hypotheticals and wonder why, and you did all that about, well, we know that Keith Thurman is, a big money guy, and Al, and he doesn't want to fight him. Maybe Al tanked the agreement so that he could get the fight that he really wanted against Crawford and Thurman, because that's what these guys are doing. That's the argument they're laying down. I mean, I'm not going to let people get to that argument, but I already know what the argument is and why you're saying that. You're bringing that up for this reason. Well, Errol didn't want the fight. Errol wanted the fight, and Bud really wanted the fight. The real problem is this, that Al Heyman really wanted the Keith Thurman versus Errol Spence Jr. fight. And that's why the WBC made him the next mandatory. That's the logic behind that. Since you want to go through all of that supposition, let's get to this. Maybe Bud Crawford doesn't want to fight Errol Spence Jr. because he thinks he's going to get beaten. That's just as reasonable a conclusion. It's a much more direct conclusion, and there's a lot more evidence of it. Because guess what? We've all seen Errol fight. None of you guys have heard Al Heyman say a word. So that's why I keep going on this topic. You're trying to frame Al Heyman for a duck because you can't frame Errol for the duck. When the most reasonable conclusion is this: Bud thinks he may lose because that dude is a world-class fighter and is easily the best fight he would have ever had. And you know it. There is nothing that Bud has faced that is anything like Errol. And then you can turn around and say, well, there's nothing that Errol's faced that's like Bud. But Errol didn't turn the fight down. Bud did. How about we stick to boxing?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Talk about contractual stuff. Let's talk to boxing. Maybe that man thinks he's going to lose.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yes, sir.
E-Money bags. You keep on downplaying that Ugas fight, right? In the welterweight division, whoever turns fourth, who could it be Ugas?
Say that again, brother.
Whoever turns fourth within the welterweight class, who on his resume could it be Ugas?
Sean Porter did beat Ugas, good brother.
Did he?
That's debatable. Everybody there's like 50.
It's not debatable. It's a fact. He won the fight. His hand was raised.
Hey, you right. I give you that one. Okay, one. Who else?
I didn't need a who else. I just gave you one. You asked for one. I gave you one.
Who's calling out Ugas? Who is calling out Ugas though?
To me, Ugas's resume is the same as a Horn. They both beat Pacquiao. He beat a way younger Pacquiao. They both beat a Pacquiao, and that's about it.
So what's
okay, that's very much.
Hold on, bro. With a straight face, I need for you to hear you say that you believe that Jeff Horn is as good a fighter as your Ugas.
I didn't say that. I said their resume is basically the same resume.
I'm asking you, the resume stuff aside, is Jeff Horn the same level of fighter as your Ugas?
I can see Horn beating Ugas. Ugas would be
wow.
the favorite.
Wow.
They say anything to make a point.
Wow.
They say anything to make a point.
Anything to discredit. Anything to discredit. Wow.
Let him talk. Go ahead, E-Money bag. Go ahead.
Please.
Hey, let me get these super chats. I'm sorry, bro. Hey, John Boy said Timothy 00 working out And my man Post Up said, Steven Espinosa also said Crawford never told him he wanted the fight before the end of the year. Yeah, he didn't say that. That's stuff that people, they just, man, dudes be making stuff up, bro. I think that, hold on one second, let me make sure. Oh, and TBE is TBE. Said, or he's thinking he's going to get embarrassed. Yeah, bro, maybe he just doesn't want the fight because he doesn't think he can win. Like, that's a real simple question. If that's something that y'all keep overlooking, maybe he doesn't want the fight because he doesn't think he can win. He wouldn't be the first fighter to do that. Brother Coda in the building said, that's exactly what it is. Bud isn't confident. Yeah, let's make it simple. He don't got to be scared. That man can lose that fight. And he don't want to lose a fight. He wants to go to the Hall of Fame undefeated.
That's not
How
scary.
about that one? AJ said, we've been known. It's been biased as hell. Bomac told us it was an easier route to take the WBO and Jeff Horn when he could have mandated Errol. I don't know if he could have got the mandatory with Errol, though. I hear that, but I'm not convinced about that. In defense of Bud, I don't know if that's true, AJ, that he could have got that WBC mandatory. The WBO mandatory, he could just get the fight because he was the WBO super champion. And it was on that side of the street. But go ahead, y'all. I'll let y'all cook. Go ahead, man.
Hey, I got a question for the panel. So, real quick, do y'all think that if they do happen to fight, let's say that they fight sometime next year, do you think that Terence Crawford will ever be able to make this look like a 50-50 fight anymore? Does this hurt his chances? Do people? I think the betting odds are definitely going to be in Earl's favor because he's showing he's scared.
It's still 50-50.
Go ahead.
It's still 50-50 to me. I just business-wise, no, but you can't deny the level of fighter Crawford is. Like, that's nobody ever denies that part. Nobody. Like, it's still a 50-50 fight. It's still a 50-50 fight, whether it's this year or next year. The question is, why are you waiting? Why are you waiting until next year? If you're fighting, what is it? If you're fighting December 10th, why? But the fight was for January, February. What are you holding the fight up for?
Say it again, Buck. My bad, G.
I was saying, what's the point of holding up this fight? Like, if you're not worried about the fight,
I just figured he's
difference. Go ahead, buddy.
I just figured he's scared. Like, honestly, he don't want to. He does not want to lose. He doesn't feel confident that he's going to win that fight. But I'm just saying, as far as from public perception, what he did with his duck, how is that going to play when they actually do fight? Do you still think people will look at that as a 50-50 fight? Because I don't. I think that hurts him. You know what I mean? I think he's showing his hand.
Are you talking? So I want to ask you. So are you saying skill wise or like business wise?
No, I'm saying business wise, betting odds in the eye of public perception.
No, it wouldn't be 50-50.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm.
You gotta go to Errol. No.
Oh, no, I would say, yeah. You know why? This is my answer to that. You talking about 50-50 as far as odds of who wins the fight?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it's going to be 50-50 because Bud is going to take an easy fight where he's going to knock the guy out and look spectacular. And Errol is going to get forced to fight a top tier guy that may go the distance. Yeah. So you're going to have people be like, whoa, look what he did. Oh, you're going to say, oh, look at the adjustments Bud makes. Man, look at that. Oh, he's a killer. Look at that kill. Look how he killed that Advancing. As soon as he got Advancing hurt, he took Advancing out. And then you're going to be like, if say Errol fights, just take the worst case scenario for Errol, then he got to fight Ennis. And then he goes 12 rounds with Ennis in a war. You'd be like, man, that guy, they'll be all, man, you saw what Ennis did. Ennis landed punches. Ennis won rounds. I mean, Errol's really basic. Dude, yeah, because Errol's fighting tough competition and Bud's not. If this fight was not sitting on the top of more crap fights, I mean, God dog, the best thing you can say is a retiring Sean Porter, whose daddy threw in the towel. He fought a tin can in Amir Khan, a tin can in Kell Brook, a tin can in Jose Benavidez, a guy better than Advancing, but still, who cares about Igis Kalvanakis, Jeff Horn, Julius Ndungo? God dog. Like, how many is it going to be?
Dang, Fanon, man. Hey, when we met, you weren't like this. Like you said, you were backing this guy.
What did you say?
Man, I said you weren't like this when I met you, man. It was hard to for you to say. It was hard for me to get you to say anything kind of crazy about Bud. But now you're not backing
Well,
him.
let me tell you
That's
why.
crazy.
I'm going to tell you why. Because I didn't have my mind made up. He had not ducked Errol. When he did what he did, I didn't say anything hard about Terence Crawford the entire time because I didn't know. I'm like, well, it could be, that it could be this, it could be that, it could be this, could be that. Errol, they're negotiating for the fight. I'm sure Bud will take the fight. I'm sure Errol will take the fight. Errol's a very good fighter. Bud's a really good fighter. I didn't call anybody ducking anybody until somebody ducked. And when you duck, I mean, what you want me to do? I'm going to tell you, he's fighting David Avancian. It's another one, and another one, and another one. And Raheem, let me tell you something. Fahim Sator, I will argue with Fahim Sator all day. But, dude, when Fahim Sator is right, I'm not about to take no L from Fahim Sator. Fahim Sator been saying, man, this dude ain't making this fight. Bud don't want this fight. Why? Because Bud's a fraud. All Bud does is been fighting tomato cans. And, guys, he's been fighting easy fights his entire career. And I say to myself, well, that's half of it was because he was over there on ESPN. What's he supposed to do? He's on ESPN. Those are the fights he can get. But then as soon as he gets away from ESPN, he goes to David Avancian?
For $10 million.
What? What can you say?
You said for $10 million? Oh my goodness! That again, E-Money.
First of all, you don't know if it's $10 million, but I don't care because it's about I don't get paid off of his money. If somebody can wave less money in your face, because I'm sorry, bro, you are. It's a hard sell with me to tell me he's making more money for Avancian than he's going to make for Errol. That's just a really, really hard sell.
That's what I said.
For you to, I mean, that's a hard sell. For you to believe out of people that have already, only people you've heard that out of are people that get paid for him, to get paid to say it, or who have a financial interest in saying it. I have a very hard time believing that he's going to get more money for David Avancian than he is Errol Spence. I have to wait until I'll have to read both contracts and see what he gets paid. But at the end of the day, bro, he turned that fight down. He turned that fight down. And cats have been sitting up there the whole time, man, this dude ain't taking this fight. Why? Why you think he's not? Because he's not fighting tough competition. Bud wants to fight easier competition for more money. Bud is saying that he doesn't need it for his resume. He doesn't need it for his legacy. He said that. Who talks like that? Who says I'm in the middle of a negotiation for the biggest fight of their career that they don't need the fight because they're already in the Hall of Fame? If Errol
what
was
makes him think
around
he's going?
And he's not in the Hall of Fame. That's what gets me.
I'm saying,
yeah, what makes him think he's going? Yeah, what makes him think that he's going off of what he's done?
Whatever
reason he's going because Hall of Famers like Ray Boom Mancini, who won one belt and one title defenses in there. Like, come on, he's a 3-time. Come on, guys. Like, if you look at who's in this Hall of Fame,
let me at the risk of dominating conversations, let's get rid of that one real quick and say, all right, is Floyd Mayweather Jr. in the Hall of Fame before he beat Manny Pacquiao?
Yes.
Did he say, I don't need Manny Pacquiao, I'm in the Hall of Fame? No.
He said, if I'm not getting 60, he said a lot of things. If he don't get certain things, he won't make him fight.
He said it, and then he fought him.
And
he said
Bud might eventually
his
fight
reason,
him.
according to Leonard Ellerbe and Floyd Mayweather, the only reason the fight didn't happen early was drug testing. The fact of the matter is Floyd Mayweather Jr. was in the Hall of Fame, and he never claimed the Hall of Fame as a reason not to fight somebody. This man is using the fact that he may get into the Hall of Fame and at the same time saying he doesn't need a fight that he wound up not taking. That is a lot of circumstantial evidence for a duck, bro. That's a lot of circumstantial evidence for a duck. You saying you don't need a fight that is your biggest fight ever, but he's saying, no, it's not my biggest fight. I think he might even have said something like, what was your biggest fight? Yuriokas Gamboa. His biggest fight was Yuriokas Gamboa. Out of his own mouth, his biggest challenge in his career, his hardest fight in his career was Yuriokas Gamboa.
It's pretty weird.
Because that's the fight that put him on the scene. That's why he says that dumb shit.
No, it's not why.
So,
he said
in your
it. He got hurt.
opinion, E-Money Bags, who is his biggest fight in your opinion?
Porter.
Who's his biggest fight? In my opinion,
Porter.
Well,
no. His biggest fight for me was Victor Postol. That's the only guy he ever fought that anybody gave a chance to beat him. Victor Postol, because Victor Postol had beaten Lucas Matisse. So Victor Postol was not somebody that, dude, I didn't give him any chance to beat Porter. I didn't give Porter any chance to beat Terence Crawford. Porter was done. He looked like crap in the fight before that. They didn't want to fight anyway.
He looked like crap in the
fight between Terence Crawford, the fight between Errol Spence Jr. and Terence Crawford, he looked like crap. Yeah. He went the distance.
I thought he fought Earl, then fought Terence back to back.
No.
That's how much nobody remembers how bad that fight was.
No, he fought a guy. I don't remember what the name of the guy was. He fought Errol. Then he went and fought another guy, and he looked like garbage.
Yep.
He looked like trash. Trash in that fight.
Who did he fight? Was that in the bubble?
It was one.
Bubble?
I'll get the name of the guy. But he definitely had a fight in between, and he looked like garbage. It was 2 years between that fight.
Yep.
It was 2 years.
Yeah, so he fought in the bubble. That's what I thought.
Somebody got it. Yeah, Sebastian Formilla.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Formilla. Sebastian Formilla. He went the distance with Sebastian Formilla and lost a bunch of rounds. He looked terrible in that fight. No, bro. Just like Amir Khan. Dude, he's one step away from where Kell Brook was. That was no crowd. Yeah. Porter looked like a shell of himself against that guy. No joke, bro. I mean, so no. For me, the toughest fight the only fight that I've seen with Bud fight, where I was interested in knowing what the outcome was going to be, where I'm like, oh, this is going to be interesting, was Victor Postol. Because Victor Postol was undisputed. He was undefeated, and I think he might even did he knock out? I think he might have knocked out.
No, he didn't. He did not knock out.
He didn't knock out Matisse?
Oh, Matisse. I thought you said Postol.
Did he knock out Matisse? I think he might have.
I think he did. I think he did.
Yeah, somebody tell me if I'm wrong. I think he might have knocked out Matisse. And Matisse, what?
Fernand, what fight did you think Errol was going to lose or could possibly lose?
The only fight that I had any question, I had two questions about it. I had questions about Uga. I had questions about Kell Brook. And I had questions about because that was his first step up fight, Kell Brook, going over to the UK. I knew he was a better fighter, but he went to the UK for the fight. So if it went the distance, I thought he was going to get robbed. I thought he needed a knockout to win, which he got. And the other fight that I didn't know if he was going to win was the one that Terence Crawford just ducked him in.
Terence.
That one.
So both of these guys' resumes, and you both picked one fight where you thought they might lose.
I had questions about the Danny Garcia fight.
Terence Crawford. Let me be very, very straight, bro. I don't get off on these side topics. I know I'm talking about Terence Crawford fighting Errol Spence Jr. Since Errol Spence Jr. was the one that wanted the fight, he knew his best fight was with Terence Crawford. He admits that his big fight was Terence Crawford. That's the one that's going to prove who's the best. Errol knows he needs to fight Terence Crawford to prove he's the best. Terence is the one that says, I've already made it. I've already crossed the finish line. I don't need him. The guy that said I don't need him is the guy that walked away. The guy that said he needed him was the guy that stayed there and wanted to make the fight and didn't have any other options and said, I don't want to fight Keith Thurman. He could have been like, Keith Thurman's a bigger draw. Keith Thurman has got, he's a former champion. He's the WBC champion. It was his belt before, he never lost his WBC belt. He relinquished it because he was injured. He could have done all of that. He didn't do that. Bud is the one pointing to, I don't need it because I don't need Errol because I beat Yuriokas Gamboa. Now that's me being a little saucy, but you get my point, bro. That's the guy that said he made it. Errol didn't say he made it. I know full well that Errol needs big wins to prove it. He does. But he's already won belts off 3 people at welterweight. What else can you do? He beat Kell Brook and took his belt. He beat Sean Porter, took his belt. He beat Yordanis Ugas and took his belt. He wanted to get this dude's belt, but this dude ducked him. So at the same time that he's trying to get him, the guy that ducked him is claiming he don't need to fight him because somebody else didn't duck him. Julius Ndungo didn't duck him. Julius Ndungo was a man and got in there and paid $150,000 to wave off Lipinets and take that fight. Bud is rubbing it in his face that somebody had enough courage to fight him. Dude could have done that. Julius Ndungo could have been like, nah, I want to fight some tomato can for my belt. He took 2 belts and fought a mismatch against Crawford. Ain't no unified champion ever gave Errol a chance. And by the way, the only guy to have a belt recently not to give Errol a fight was Bud. The IBF had it. The IBF champ took the fight. The WBC champ took the fight, and the WBA fighter took the fight. Only guy not to take the fight is Bud, and that is going to be on it. That's what he did. Now, people are saying again, "Oh, Fanon, you were never this hard on Bud before." That's before Bud did this. If Errol would have walked away from the fight, I would say something else about Errol. If Errol walked away, but Errol didn't walk away. And all this reporting on all these numbers, all of this stuff is mumbo jumbo. No joke. Go ahead, bro. Sorry, man.
Question. Has anybody seen Terence Crawford actually promote this fight yet? Say anything about it? He ain't hiding right now.
He got his money.
Oh man. Oh,
he ain't hiding for real, man. I haven't seen a post. Is this what Bob Aaron was talking about? He won't promote?
Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford.
I don't know, bro. Here's the link, bro, in case somebody else wants to get on. So, because I'm going to jump out this area of the conversation because, bro, I be cooking a little too hard on this, man. Respect to everybody, man. E-Moneybag sitting over there like solemn like a mug, bro.
No, man. Listen, man. I be on point, man. Y'all just be quadruple teaming me, man. I be on point. Man, Bud,
you don't
Bud
be on point, yo. No, you
5%.
don't be on point, bro. You don't be on point. Yo, you be reaching, big dog.
Nah,
you be reaching for the moon, yo.
Y'all be reaching. Listen, y'all be reaching with that Errol resume is better than Bud's, but that Errol resume is great as y'all see.
It's way better. It's way better.
But it's not overall. It's not as good as everybody thinks it is.
It's way better. Money back. Come on, big dog.
I said it's better. It is better, but it's not as great as y'all think it is.
But you changing the subject though, right?
No, I just said what I was saying.
That's over there, bro. That man should have taken that fight. Why doesn't he want? Hey, you know what? For sure would have happened though. E-Moneybags, no doubt about it, 100%. If Bud would have beaten Errol, his resume had been better.
That's a fact. That go both ways. But my thing is this. Hold on. Let's get into this though, because you just went into Bud's head. Because you always say don't talk about this, don't talk about that, but you just went into Bud's head. So my thing is this: when you sit,
how did I go into Bud's head?
When you was saying that you think Bud might be scared, that's saying what you think is in his head.
You're 100% right, bro. I don't know that to be. I didn't say scared.
Duck, scared. You ducking somebody, you scared.
I said scared.
You said the word duck. You said the word run.
You ain't got to be scared, bro.
Run.
You ain't got to be scared. Look, man.
If me and you walking and you duck and run, you scared from ass whooping. Come on, man. That's a.
Look, man.
Duck and run are scared.
Do you want to play? If you could get away with playing the Golden State Warriors in the final, if you're the Chicago Bulls, and you could get away with playing the New Orleans Pelicans in the finals of the NBA instead of the Golden State Warriors, would you be hoping that the Pelicans won?
Yeah, buddy.
Wouldn't you be hoping that?
That don't mean nothing, though. That champion, you can't help that. You can't. We're not talking about stuff we can't help. We're talking about stuff that we can control.
All right, y'all. Hey, can you moderate, Steph? I'm gonna be out of here for a while so that I get up off the neck of E-Moneybag.
Now you wasn't.
I see Starboard 007 ain't come nowhere around.
Yeah,
here,
I got you.
You saw Starboard ain't been around here.
Yeah, no. I saw you early in the week. You got on him because he was, you had to get on him early in the week. He was mad. He was real mad, man.
Yeah,
but I get it.
I gotta go ahead and play him in some chess, man. Make up. But I'll be here, man. Y'all chop it up, bro.
Definitely. What's going on, gentlemen? Thanks for joining.
Nah, y'all welcome, man. I think y'all was interesting topics y'all was having, man. I was over here laughing. I'm at the barbershop right now, so I finished that cut real quick and came and sat in my car, man. Get on that thing. Cause I be getting loud in that shop, fam.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah, man. But I was disappointed with Bud, man. I had more hope for Bud than what he showed me, man. I really, really wanted to see that man get in that damn ring, bro.
Yep.
And,
well, you still get a chance. December 10th, you got a chance to see him get in the ring.
No, I don't want to see that bullshit. I don't want to see that bullshit. That boy ain't in the top 5 in no weight division, bro. Know what I'm saying? That's just my thing. Like he could have at least fought Ortiz or Boots or Thurman.
Yep.
You know,
Ortiz seemed like it would have been the easiest one, but they hired him too.
I would have liked him to just go ahead and beat up Ortiz real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Just if you gonna do it like that, just go and whoop Ortiz ass real quick. And all right, Earl, we can fight February. You know what I'm saying, like that. And you can't make it.
That's if Ortiz didn't touch that glass chin.
Yeah, that chin, man. What the Igor Kavalowski? He was hey man, that boy put that boy. I kept rewinding that shit last night. Looking at that shit, man, he was dazed.
Hey, bro,
from round 2 at the end of round 2.
Real quick, bro,
He was dazed,
bro.
and then in round 3, he touched that body and touched him, and Terence went to reaching. You know what I'm saying? And the ref let him make it.
Hey, hold on, brother. Can you hold it just slow to, like, we got kids and families and all that stuff.
I'm sorry, Fran, and excuse me, brother.
No, you're all good, bro. Just get a little bit on the cousin, brother. Thank you.
Yes,
man.
sir. All right, they tell me the same thing in the shop, dog. My bad. But man, he dropped that boy. That boy was still dazed from the second round to the third round, and he caught him in the little bull corn exchange, like at the top of the third round, man. And when I seen that, it kind of like maybe like, dang, man, I ain't never seen nobody just do Errol like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I done seen Errol get popped in the bottom, like right at the bottom of the chin, on the side of the ear, and he done, he actually so his mouthpiece started smiling at you and come on back at you.
Smile at you, come at you. Yep.
Well, man, I just wanted to chime in, fellas. Man, I was laughing my behind off. Huh? What'd you say, gentlemen?
Days for no 2 rounds. You start whooping that boy Tap.
I said he got dazed.
Machine when he got up.
Kind sir. I said he was dazed at the end of the second round. Then I said at the beginning of the third round.
For 2 rounds.
Okay. No, I didn't say 2 rounds.
Right.
He wasn't dazed at
he was.
He was dazed at the end of the second round.
In both of those rounds. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. I just watched it last night. It kept rewinding, trying to get me some screenshots. I'm trying to put that boy. He got told me to calm down. I'm trying to put that boy face on Rico. Bentley. I'm trying to put his face on Rico from Bentley, the illest boy out of Nebraska.
Hey, Steph, you tell me.
I'm trying to do it over.
I remember when Crawford fought the boy over in England. What's his name?
Ricky Burns.
Ricky Burns. I watched that fight before. If anybody watched that fight, Crawford got rocked and wobbled in the 12th round of that fight also. But nobody's seen that. But he got rocked and wobbled in the 12th round in that fight also. Then he got hit by little Gamboa, got wobbled.
Gamboa rocked him?
Yeah. So that boy got a weak chin. So Ortiz would touch him, he'd probably go down or go out. Velasquez touched him, he went down. If Errol touched him, he going to sleep.
And Errol got the jackhammer jab.
Yes, sir.
He don't never stop.
Hey, Kell Brook was popping him with that jab too.
Who Errol put to sleep?
Hey, Kell Brook.
Yeah.
I think Kell Brook was shell shocked. Terence caught him. I don't remember when he caught him, but once he caught him, man, he kind of was He was real like timid, man. But he was
He got
working
hit.
him at first.
He caught him with a right hand hook over his jab
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sending him on back to the Netherlands.
on that reconstructed
On
eye.
that eye, bro. It's just it. Like what they call that PTSD. Man, the boy
Yeah,
had
like,
both.
not again.
Yeah, he had both of them orbital bones, bro. He's like, oh no, y'all ain't finna get me like that, man. But
I heard last year Bob Arum told, I think it was Barbershop Conversation, he was talking to him. And Bob Arum was saying Bud's plan was to stall Errol Spence till he went to 154. Then Bud was going to try to unify at 147, but he wasn't going to do it until Earl went to 54.
But who he gonna honestly, young sir, on real time, dog? If Earl dropped the belt, let's just say Earl dropped the belts, dog. Let's just say he dropped it.
Mm-hmm.
That means that what the boy is, what the boy is, Stanionis.
Yeah.
Stanionis gonna get the IBF. Boots gonna be coming for the WBA, and the WBC.
It's the other way around, brother. It's the other way around. Standing on
Yeah,
it.
brother.
Yeah, correct me.
Boots got the IBF.
IBF.
Yeah, so he's still gonna have to go to each of these dudes.
Absolutely.
After Earl, even if Earl drop it, he still got to see Stanionis. He still got to see Boots, and it's another young man out there too.
Ortiz?
No, he claimed he's gonna move up.
Ortiz.
You have to see Keith Thurman.
Ortiz. He still would have to see Ortiz, Stanionis, and Boots if Earl leaves.
Boots
And
grabbing
Keith
all them
Thurman with
belts,
the
bro.
WBC.
Yo, Boots grabbing all them belts. Boots is grabbing all them belts, man.
I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all, brother. I wish they have like a Super 6 tournament after he drop him.
That'd be
Right.
That'll be live. I know it's wishful thinking.
And then what are you gonna do when he move up to 154?
Spence.
That's what I was wondering.
He gonna lose
Earl
all
right there.
All them dudes up there.
You got Jamel with all the belts.
Wait, who's going to lose now? Who's going to lose?
Crawford,
Well,
Crawford,
the only fight he got up there, I mean, he could fight that Castaño dude. He could fight the other dude that Jamel already beat. But I would like to see him go against Fundora. Fundora got a belt, a little intermediate belt or interim belt or something.
Nah,
You know?
I would like to see Bud go to 54 and fight Tony Harrison.
Ooh,
I like that.
Yeah.
Tony Harrison, a dog.
Absolutely.
I like that. And he gonna
Jamal,
go crazy.
Hey,
He
shout
gonna
out to
fight the first
Simone and
time.
everybody on the chat and everybody in the chat.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah, Harrison and Crawford, they gonna fight in the press conference. That happened.
For real? They don't like each other?
Dogs, yo. They both dogs.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wait,
Harrison gonna get under
Harrison
his
talk,
skin.
yo? Yo,
Yeah.
Harrison can talk.
Yeah.
So like did Castano beat Spence in the amateurs?
I think so.
did.
Yes, this is
So
correct.
you know,
That's correct.
I like to see Earl move up, get back on that one. You know, either one of them, I don't know if he could beat Fundora, but I don't think Fundora. Now he don't got no kill in him though. He don't know how to finish nobody off.
He got a little
Yeah,
body.
no, Fundora's learning on the job for sure. Learning. I
Fedora is
can't-
like
I
an
can't fight
energizer
in
bunny.
person.
He keep going and going. He don't know when. He's just an energizer bunny.
He got a little body. Earl snatched that.
Yeah, he gonna
Yeah,
kill
that's
him.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Early.
Head, body, body, head, just over and over and over.
Yeah, I think he'll knock Fundora out with a body shot.
I think so too.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that. Because Fundora doesn't fight tall. He doesn't use his height. So
Nah,
that's
he
gonna
wanna
put him
fight
in
his
a, and that's gonna, hey, yeah.
He stands too
uncomfortable
tall.
doing it.
But I like to see that because his long arms, if he gets some knockout power, he probably be taking people's head off probably about 5 years.
Oh, he got the whip on the punch. That
Yeah,
ain't
he
his
Yeah, the
got
thing.
uppercuts are nasty.
Yeah, he
got some
just can't
stab.
stand outside. He don't know how to use that 1-2. His 1-2 would be mean,
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
he just can't stand from outside.
he stand out there.
Fendora's a big guy, though, gentlemen. I really wonder what his walk around weight is. He's probably dang near light heavyweight.
75,
Yeah.
75. You think?
So somewhere in there, yeah. Because as
Yeah,
he gets
about
bigger and
75.
grows
He
older, he's
young.
gonna have to move up, man. He's gonna have to move
Yeah,
up and fight those guys.
He
yeah,
can't
he
go to
young. His metabolism is fast right now.
Definitely, definitely. I
All right,
definitely
man.
want to see that fight, though. I want to see Spence Fendora. I want to see Spence Jamel Charlo too. If Jamel decides to stick around, that'd be
I
great.
that too.
That'd be great.
Do
That would be.
you think they will fight each other?
Yes, I think they'd fight each other for
Well,
sure.
Spence said if he was my friend, he'll fight me. Jamel said he wouldn't, but Derek James was like he was killing it through the door. Like he was like, nah.
One of them know who somebody was getting tore up in sparring, and somebody if you spar a guy enough times, you know if you can beat him or not. I think
Real
Mel
talk.
know he can't beat Spence.
Yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't be
Jamel,
surprised about that. E-Money.
You heard
you
he say
think
Spence a stud.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm
yeah,
like
that's a
trying to hate or
stud.
anything. I just know that Earl's a better fighter than him. I think he's smarter in the ring than him. He's packing a little bit more than him.
Well, look
So,
at his Olympic background.
right. And you
You think
know,
Spence
You,
hits harder than Charlo?
it ain't where you.
uh,
It ain't how hard you hit. Is where you hit in placement,
No,
speed and
that's what I'm talking
accuracy.
about. I'm talking about what
power
Steph
helps a
just
lot
said.
too. But yes,
Steph
yes,
said packing more, so that's why I asked you.
yeah,
Jamel already said what he said.
I do, and frankly, the way Spence even economically uses that power because who's that? Charlo's always trying to go in for the kill, man. Everything is coming pretty hard and pretty fast. Pause on that, but
We
yeah.
talk about balance a lot too.
And that lets you know about Spence's underrated defense. He did not get hit
Sorry
with
about
that in sparring and overcome Jamel because you know they point towards Spence in sparring. Like
Yeah, I think Jamel. I mean, Spencer wear anybody out. The volume of punches he throw. I mean, he 200 above everybody else. When you go look at the boxing rec, everybody else like 200 punches behind him. And we all just said, well, we just heard somebody on a call say, he placed the punches where he placed them. So he placing punches in superior locations, and he doing it way more than everybody else that he fighting.
he hit like he hitting the pads.
Yeah,
right.
I got a hashtag that say become the bag.
Yeah, he punched like
Hashtag
he
become the
punching
bag.
And with that,
Hey,
being said,
Terence Crawford blocked me for that one too.
that's
I
funny.
I tagged him and Earl Spence, and I told Terence, Terence, don't be scared to hashtag become Earl's heavy bag.
Dang, that's
He
that's
deleted me,
harsh.
dog.
The
He
perspective
deleted me, dog.
uncut. That's harsh, man. That's harsh. But
He
look,
deleted me, bro. I was mad at him though, dog. I still respect him, but I was mad
Hey,
at him, man.
what get me
If
is
I see
that
him today, I'll be like, man, come on, man.
people
You
be
got to
like,
go and fight me. If I see him anywhere in the streets, I'm yelling.
Ugas
Hey,
be standing there. Ugas stood there. Earl made Ugas stand there.
yeah, Earl forced him to step. Man, look at
Earl
those
made
first 4 or
Ugas
5
stand there.
rounds. Man,
Ugas
Ugas
was
was
moving
snapping
around.
back on all his
All the
counters,
stepping.
all his counter
Earl
punches.
made him.
He was snapping Earl head back with them counter punches. But somewhere, I guess you could say he caught him off guard with the little lip thing or whatever. But it was even before that happened. Earl had already started wearing him down to where when he had a chance to pull the trigger on a counter, Earl
Ugas
had
tore
already
him
started
down.
making him pay so much, he stopped pulling the
Mm-hmm.
trigger on his counter punches. And Earl just kept punching him to where all you kept seeing. And then once he saw him tapping that eye, he started tapping that left eye. I started feeling bad for him, man. I ain't gonna lie.
So what he was
I just
doing,
felt like Ugas was a real man.
he
Ugas
was
was a
throwing his left
warrior.
hand in different places.
Man,
He was throwing it straight. He was throwing it. He would loop it around a glove. He'd throw it to the body to make him drop his hands, and then he'd come right up with the uppercut, tapping the eye.
the left
He was
uppercut,
manipulating.
bro.
Yeah, he was
The
manipulating his
left
guard
uppercut.
with the left hand, and manipulating his guard with the right hand as he was doing it, ripping
He kept
straight to the body.
rolling him. Boy, like he was a martial artist out there, blocking the boy, blocking it with the
Yeah,
gloves and shit. But
yes,
yeah,
sir.
man, I got me a
Yeah,
client,
big
man.
head.
If
Boy,
y'all ever in Texas,
Nation. He don't
you
move
know
his
what I'm
head.
saying?
Yeah, too much.
For show, for show perspective. Have a good
Y'all
rest of the
take
day,
care.
man. Yes, sir.
Right,
Yes,
where
sir.
you
Yes,
at in
sir.
Texas? I didn't want to tell him where he was in Texas. All right, sorry.
See. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, man. I'm listening to you guys, like I'm getting excited to see Errol back in the ring, man. I cannot wait to see him back in the ring, man. I hope he's able to recover from this, which he will, and he'll find a good opponent, whether that's at 54
Michael
or
Dell.
47. But I'm very excited to see the man back in the ring, man. And we'll see what happens with Bud too. We'll see what happens with Bud too. Why do I say that? Because he chose what he chose, and that's that. You know.
When we talk about Bud, well, when I talk about Bud and Errol, I never bring up no PBC stuff. Stop it, Pup. I never bring up no PBC stuff. But to have a legitimate conversation about it,
You can't
not
because he
even
hasn't
talking.
fought any
No,
PBC
no,
people.
no. I'm not talking. No, I'm getting to something. I just brought that up to segue to where I was going. So to have a legitimate conversation, does any of y'all think the PBC is any kind of trouble?
No,
No,
no.
No,
That
not at
stuff
all.
is all false and
no, that's
fabricated
not their business
to
model.
the
That's not how they
jump.
run business.
I mean, well, I'll ask you, Money. Why would they be in trouble?
I mean, just they don't. Remember they did the big deal with Fox. You don't see as many fights, things of that nature. Just a couple
What
people
big deal?
complaining
What big deal with Fox?
when they started when they were putting a lot of their fights on Fox. What 3 years ago was they putting fights like Harrison and Jamel and those fights was supposed to be on
Listen, sir.
Fox.
Listen. Fox and Showtime are the distributors. They showcase. They work hand in hand with PBC. PBC has a deal. Same thing with Fox and Showtime. They have a deal with PBC on showcasing their fights. I mean, I was at the Wilder fight. It was a success, packed house, and people
I'm
were
not
saying they're
talking,
going broke.
but
I know,
Wilder's.
I know. But what I'm saying is, it was a success. It's not even a joke to say that they're going out of business. They're not.
But
Not even close.
what I'm saying is this: you don't think for them to make the decision to start putting some of their low rent fights on pay-per-view?
That's
That just
okay.
doesn't happen for no reason. It is
That's
okay.
okay. That's okay.
Okay, you're not understand that it's okay. But what do you think the mindset from it was? What makes you decide to do that?
What you mean? What makes them? I mean, whether they think it's successful or not, it's okay for them to put their fights on regular stream or pay per view, whatever they decide, whatever they're thinking. Because I gotta say this, I'm gonna use Stephen Espinoza as the example, and I think it was fun how he mentioned it. A lot of people have mentioned it though, but when he explained to Tay Jones, because Tay Jones asked a very good question, when he explained to him saying how they make their money and go about their money and generating it, that answers all. That answer meaning I'll use pay-per-view. Pay-per-view is not how they make their money. Showtime is subscription based. So they need subscribers like me, you, and everyone on the panel who's paying $15, $20 a month. That's how they stay in business to continue show their replays on their boxing. So
But not
and
Showtime. No, we talking about PBC.
no, PBC is a television series and a boxing stable. So I just short story, just that's how PBC is helping their fighters make money by showcasing them and let them betting on themselves. But they are a boxing stable as well as a television series who works with a distributor in CBS and Fox who have a deal with them, and they're constantly extending contracts. And then I'll double down. So anyone who is saying that they're in trouble or going broke, I challenge that and I'd say prove it. But every time I say prove it, it's just assumptions. What did John Boy say? You can't go off assumptions. That's just idiotic. You don't want to do that.
Man, sneeze. I'm gonna
Agreed.
sneeze. You said something about why they put it on pay-per-view. Was that what you said?
You talking to me?
Yeah. E-Money.
I just was talking about the. Now I don't like. I'm not one of them dudes that kill Al Heyman or the PBC. Like I think they do okay business, but I do see the difference in how they're going about their business, and it does make you question: is there something going on? Like there's certain fights that aren't pay per view worthy that are now on pay per view.
Well, that just seems to me like honestly, it seems like it's less expensive to put things on pay-per-view now than it was before, because now it's digital. In digital, you don't have all the costs associated with it, and then they wind up re-airing the fight on the network. So when it just looks, I mean, it would be a very interesting for them to talk. But one of the things that Steven Espinoza said was on, again, Chicken Talk, which is where a man Bass Reeves is on. He said that when they asked him how much, did it cost, how much of the pay-per-view do fighters get? They said, well, the fighters get 90%. I recall on when you're distributing it through basic regular cable networks, like before you could actually go to a website and order it from Showtime.com, that the fighters used to get something like 40%, right? So now it's less. Fighters can actually make more money per buy. So before, say when Floyd Mayweather Jr., just do the math. If Floyd Mayweather Jr. did 1 million pay-per-views, right? How many pay-per-views would you have to sell when you're getting 90% versus you getting 40%, right? You'd have to sell less than half as many. So for 1 million pay-per-views now, for the fighters to make the same amount of money they would make on 1 million pay-per-views some years ago, now they got to do like 400,000. If somebody can do the math for me that's good at math, but they were getting 90 before, they were getting 40, now they're getting 90. So what is that? 20, that is 120% more, right? So you have to sell fewer pay-per-views to earn more money, right? And I can do the math real quick, just grabbing a calculator. Hold on. Calculator. So say you do 400,000 pay-per-views, or excuse me, let's take for exactly the 77,000 pay-per-views. Say Wilder did 77,000 pay-per-views. 77,000 times 75, which was the cost, right? That's 5 million times 0.9 goes to the fighters. 0.9 times 0.9 equals, excuse me. Sorry, I messed up. So I'm sorry. So 77,000 times $75. And then you're going to get 90% of that. So that's times 0.9 equals 5.1 million. And then you say he gets 80% of that, because he's probably going to get 80% over Elenius. Say they do an 80-20 split. So times that, multiply that by 0.8. Deontay Wilder walks away with $4.1 million. Now, if you did 40% instead of 80%, how much would he walk away with? $2 million or 1.5. It's just costs less money to put it on pay-per-view now. So what they'll do is they'll put it on pay-per-view so they don't have to pull it out of their budget. And what I've been telling people that, and I'm not going to blast on anybody, but kind of at the same time, I read that article where they were talking about how Steven Espinoza, everybody says Steven Espinoza's job's in danger, right? Well, why is it in danger? Well, it's in danger because, this is the thought, because an executive of Paramount left, and he was Steven Espinoza's boss. So they're afraid that Steven Espinoza and these guys are going to wind up losing their job because Showtime can no longer be a standalone app. It's going to have to be a bundled app, which to me doesn't make any sense about why that would affect Steven Espinoza. But at the end of the day, just assume that he has going to have some new people coming in, and they're going to start looking at his money. Well, what does he want to have on his books? He wants to not be spending a lot of money. So what will he do? Put the fight on pay-per-view. Let Deontay Wilder, or this is Fox, but just move these numbers to Showtime and say, yeah, we'll pay him a $2 million guarantee or a $3 million guarantee. He's going to get the gate. I don't know what his gate was. Say his gate was around $3 million, something like that. Didn't he sell out the Barclay or close to that?
Yeah.
So say that's $3 million, and he's going to get $1 million and a half off the gate. So this is 4.1 plus the $1.5 million he gets off the gate is 6, plus a guarantee that he could get is $7 million. that Deontay Wilder could walk away with for a tune-up fight. $7 million for a tune-up fight seems pretty good to me, right? Because it's not coming off their budgets. And how does it help Steven Espinoza? Steven Espinoza doesn't have to go to his boss and say, "Hey, will you allot me this amount of money?" Because that's a harder sale. They could be like, "Okay, hey Steven, you spent $6 million on this fight, and we didn't get enough. We only got this amount of subscribers off of it, or this many viewers off of it. That's a waste of money. But what if he can get this guy paid, but he only puts out $1.5 million instead of putting $6 million out, right? So look at what Bob Arum has to spend for a Terence Crawford fight. Terence Crawford versus Sean Porter, he had to budget $6 million, right? Like that was his guarantee. So that came out of ESPN's budget. That didn't come out of ticket sales or pay-per-views. That came out straight out of their budget. And if you know anything about budgets, that means this comes out of how much money your organization actually has to spend on anything. So it seems to me that Steven Espinoza is just saying, look, I'm not going to spend a lot of money out of my budget. We have a low-cost way to distribute the fight. We'll put the fight initially on pay-per-view. And for my customers that want to see the fight when they're subscribed, they can wait a week and they can watch it on replay. Right? Because can't you watch the fight a week later on replay?
Yes.
Yeah. Just like Showtime. That's why you're saying they're not in the business. They're not in the business of doing pay-per-views. Like they don't earn their money off of pay-per-views because they are a publicly traded institution. They get paid off of their stock price, the fluctuations in their stock price. The individual people that work there are going to get paid based on the metrics that are given to them by the people that are above them. So, and what do they care about? They care about the number of subscribers. They may care about retention time. The retention time on your show. But it'd be great to ask Steven Espinoza, "Hey, Steven, what are the important metrics for Showtime?" That man may never say anything about revenue. People are assuming that he's operating his business like realtors are operating their business. A realtor their metrics are, how many houses did I sell? How many houses did I sell? What's the price that I sold the house for? What commission did I get paid? Right? So if you're not selling houses, that's what their metrics are. The metrics for an accountant is not going to be the same metrics that you're not going to judge an accountant's performance the same way you're going to judge a salesman's performance. And the same thing goes for different companies. And these guys that are saying these guys are going out of business or that their numbers flopped, they're saying that without knowing what they're actually looking to do. You may actually go into something and want to lose money. Like you may lose money. Like, why did I lose? I lost money because I was trying to put the other guy out of business. Anyway, does that make sense to you guys?
That's the best I've ever heard broke down.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Business is business, bro. Business is business. You're going to have you have to know what the person is actually trying to do, what his goals are before you say it flops. And to say that Steven Espinoza is getting judged based off of the number of pay-per-view buys, dude, say, for example, it did 2 million pay-per-view buys, right? 2 million pay-per-view buys at $75 a pop, whatever that winds up being, and you're paying 90% to the fighters. What does that mean to Fox, to Paramount? Paramount's $1 trillion. That shit might be $1 trillion business. They'll fart $100 million. You know what I mean? That's not even an executive bonus for some of these companies. You know what I mean? Like, think some of these executives get bonuses bigger than that. You think they care about that dollar amount? It's a success if it did 15 million. It's a bomb if it did 5 million. No, it's a bomb if you spent 20 to do 15. It may be success if you spent 1 to get 5. Right? I spent $1 to get $5, or would you rather spend $12 to get 10? Would you rather spend $1,000 to get $10,000, or would you rather willing to spend $100,000 to get 90? You lost 10 in the 90, in the 190 part. At least in the smaller numbers, you made money. So that's why I listen to these dudes. Man, you got to take what these say. These guys have biases. I hate to say the word. They just got agendas against Al Heyman because none of these guys have seen this guy's books and nothing. The way, like I would say, like when I look at businesses, just like from the outside in, I look at how much money you're spending. Like it's just as much as important to be like, God dog, how much revenue you bringing in, and how many employees do you have? Well, you're bringing in $100 million in revenue. How many employees you got? Well, my total payroll is $85 million. You got $100 million in revenue. You got $85 million in payroll. How much do you pay in your how much is this building? Oh, we don't own the building. We rent the building for $5 million a month. Oh shit! So that's $60 million in real costs. So you got $85 million in. That's where these big old businesses. Dark Truth in the building said, "I'm way behind the chat, but Fanon is the chief ambassador of Logic." Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, man. You see what I'm saying? Like, if so, these guys want to claim, like, for example, this claim is ridiculous. That Al Heyman has never spent his own personal money on fights. Do you think that what's that guy's name? The guy from Tesla.
Elon
Musk is spending his own personal money on Twitter.
Right.
You think he's going to his bank account and writing his own personal check for this? No, he's not. He's going to have a company, and one company is going to buy the other company.
$50 billion.
He's not going to take it out of his. He's not going to take it out of his wallet.
Oh,
what business owner is really going to be buying things and paying for things out of their personal pocket?
I don't
The
know.
only reason you do
Not
that,
a smart one.
only way that you would do that is if you are loaning your business money. If you're loaning your business money, you're like, well, we're losing money here. I got to find an influx of cash. Let me take $100 million of my personal money, and I'm going to make a loan to my company. And then they're going to pay me back at a certain percentage, but then they'll have the cash, and now they can go pay their bills or do whatever with the cash. The fact that you're not using your personal money may mean that you don't need your personal money. Right? So there's all kind of different ways you can look at that, bro. But these guys just making it. Whenever I hear it, I'm just like, man, like, come on, man. None of this is obvious from what you're saying. You know?
Right.
He may be losing money, but you're just gonna get that, like, if he's losing money and it's not his business, why would he take his money out of there and do that? If he's making money, why would he do that if it's not his business? But anyway, you know what I mean. Sorry about that, brother.
No. We love that. That's normal behavior. Appreciate that.
Fanon, I said, do not be sorry about that. You're a smart, articulated man. We love listening to you.
Appreciate it. I just didn't, it's just like business is business, bro. Business is business. Business isn't different from anything. People know this if you run a lemonade stand. For real. How much? Oh, daddy, give me $100. I gave you $100 to invest in a lemonade stand, to buy the lemons, to get all that stuff, and you bought all your stuff and you sold it all. How much money are you bringing back to me? I brought you $20. Why? Because, dude, your price isn't high enough, or you spent too much money on your ingredients. Like, there's got to be something going on here. You either didn't sell that lemonade for enough, or because you sold it all, it's all gone, but we lost money. So you either didn't sell it for enough money, or you paid too much money for your ingredients. How much did you pay for your ingredients? I paid $15 a lemon. There you go. Lemons shouldn't cost $15. Now that means everything that you sold for $2, you paid $15 for. You're going to go out of business that way. Steven Espinoza is not spending $15 million. He's not spending a ton of money on the fight. He's saying, all y'all here, buy a ticket to the fight. Buy a virtual ticket to the fight. If you can't show up in person, buy a ticket online. But we're gonna collect this money before you see it. Bring your old BYOB. It's like a BYOB party, right? Like, hey man, we got the party, we got all this. Can you afford the liquor? No. Bring your own bottle. We're gonna have the drink, and hey, yeah, bring your own bottle. If you want to bring a liquor, cool, bring it. But we can't buy it and then sell it to you. We don't have a liquor license, and it costs too much money. We may lose money, but we do got enough money to hire the DJ. We got enough to put the little lights on and all of that stuff, and we got enough money to hand out flyers. But I'm sorry, we can't buy your Cavassier for you. But if you pay me $5, you can come in and drink your Cavassier in the party. Dude, this is kids that put on parties in college know this stuff. And dudes in the street know this. How are you going to pay this much for that and sell it for that? That's why you cutting it, right?
Right.
Right? That's why you getting powder. That's why you going to buy baking powder. Why? Because it cost this, that, because they're going to pay that. So I got to make sure this don't cost more than that. It's simple stuff. But people act like that is something. It's simple stuff. It's simple stuff. Jeff Campbell in the building said, you missed my super chat for now. My bad. Y'all can cook up on that, man. We're going to be on here for a little while, like another 15 minutes, bro. Chris said, Crawford is the Bruce Lee of Last Dragon. He never fought, showed up, straight coward. Oh, he fought. Oh, come on, man. Bruce Leroy beat up.
Whoa. Right. What are you talking about? Bruce Leroy was the man, bro.
I ain't watched that movie, brother.
Right. He ain't done nobody.
Full body.
He didn't finish the ending.
You didn't see the yellow glow.
He didn't get the soul.
You feel me? Hey, man.
He got the soul glow.
Full body glow on that, bro.
Come on, man.
They do him dirty, brother. So y'all, I'm sorry, man. Like I said, I want people to be able to hear what y'all got to say. I be pontificating all the time, bro. Marcus E says Ugas called out Bud when he had a belt. Yeah, he did. I remember that. My Bud is Bud, man. But look, man, he got his money. We can move on to the next fight. I just don't want to see all this stuff. Errol, I personally just don't want to see people looking like ducks. Like, because you guys know that y'all going to are really trying to label your boy Errol the Duck by claiming it's Al Heyman.
That's
and
crazy.
The PBC didn't want the fight.
That's crazy.
That ain't no different than saying Errol's ducking. You just not trying to put it on Errol. You're trying to put it on somebody you ain't seen, or heard of. Because I'm yet to hear anybody that Jeff Campbell, I'm sorry, brother. Jeff, can you put it at the end of the chat so I can get it, brother? For now, did you get my Cash App? No, I'm sorry, bro. I went into y'all. These good brothers were talking, and I messed everything up, man. Sorry about that. Also, I got a stuffed up nose. Hold on one second. Let me get this Cash App, man. So who do you guys really want to see Errol fight next?
Either Jermell Charlo or Fundora. Because I believe he's going to move up. I believe he's going to move up. So I want him to fight one or two of those guys. And then to conclude, I'm okay with him fighting anybody because I said this when I met you guys on the panel so many months ago. I said, look, man, I had a boxing epiphany back this past April. And look, man, Errol is the real deal. I think it'd be silly to deny that he's not a draw and that he's to be
petty.
He's there.
To be petty, let him fight Benavidez. Let him fight Benavidez.
Nah.
That's 68.
I mean, hey. Okay, I'm gonna be petty too. Hey, Rush. To be petty on that, I would say, look, man, he's not. Gosh, man.
Yeah. Ellie Setback asked him if he wanted to fight him. He was like, hell no.
Who asked you if you wanted to fight who?
Ellie Setback asked Errol Spence would he fight David Benavidez. He looked at him and said, hell no.
Errol doesn't skip weight.
Not David, Jose.
Oh, hold on, bro.
Not unless it's Canelo.
Hey, hold on one second. The boxing section, you said boxing section TBS said, did I get your $150 super chat? You requested $150. I didn't reject it. You requested it. You didn't send it. You asked me for it. So, yeah, I rejected it, brother. I can't afford to give you $150, bro.
That's what we're doing.
Let me send me $150. I'm not going to do it.
Hold on, let me request real quick. For now, you sending out money? What's up?
Nah, bro, what? Y'all, do you know it's me taking days off? No.
Right?
Shout out to TBS. Shout out to TBS, bro.
I don't take days off, bro. I can't afford it, man. It's hard out in these streets, man. But let me get these.
I know it.
Yes, I ain't Bud. Hey, I'm not Bud. Ain't nobody getting Mr. Dewberry said, Bud is a Hall of Famer. He still ducked. Two things can be true. That's true. If you think he's a Hall of Famer, Mr. Dewberry, no worries, brother. If you think he's a Hall of Famer, I can understand that. This is Jew. I sparred Bud for years. You speak the truth. What? He said, I sparred Bud for years. You speak the truth. Oh,
jump in the chat. Tell us, talk to us. Jump in the chat.
Bud don't want that smoke. Bud don't want the smoke, says ex-sparring partner. Bud don't want that smoke. You say you telling the truth on Bud. Sosa, my man Sosa said, Ugas beat Ray Robinson. Who beat Bud? Ugas beat Bud too.
Yeah, twice, right?
In the amateurs.
Yeah, in the amateurs. But now I think they do, for real. Y'all keep skipping by the fact that man may not be as good. Dude, that dude ain't beat nobody. Wow. Like,
if I beat you in high school and you never got your get back, I still beat you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, the boxing said TBS said, okay, I got you. Yeah, cool. Got you, brother. Thank you, man. But feel free to send it back, brother. No worries. Thank you. Go ahead, man.
I don't know how true it is. I don't know how true it is, but everybody's saying that, and I heard this too, that Brian Norman knocked out Bud and sparring.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that about 2 months ago.
Nah, he hurt him bad. He didn't knock him out though. He said they said.
And when was how long? How long ago was this supposed to happen?
They said that he was Bud was taking him. They said that Bud was taking him lightly. He caught him, and then they stopped the spar.
They stopped the spar.
Yeah, he didn't knock him out. They stopped the spar. They stopped the spar, though. That is.
Well, hey.
Stop the spar when he got
Sean Porter's dad stopped that fight. So that's still a knockout.
Shout out to Zenit, baby. 360.
Right? It's still a knockout because he has his knockout over Sean Porter because his father stopped it. So I guess he did get knocked out in sparring, if we're going to use that same logic.
Yo, let me tell y'all something, man. I seen Bud in person. I will say this about Bud. That is the most competitive man I've ever seen in my life, right? And I'm a Spence fan, but that he will get in there. He's going to get in there and he's going to trade with anybody, but he does get hurt in sparring a lot. He be getting touched up in sparring, and the people say, oh, he's taking it light or he's just trying to mix it up, but he gets touched a lot in sparring. And I've been to their gym.
Well, that's Bud's problem. That's what I would say. Stop getting touched up and use your head and be smart in the ring. Yep. Everyone keeps saying you got all these freaking tools and whatnot. Dude, you've never used a hammer.
Bro, he be getting caught in fights.
Come on, man.
He gets caught in fights. Like, he don't just get caught in, he gets caught in fights.
Straight up.
He gets caught in fights, man. He ain't invincible. Hey, Cena 360 said, what's funny about PBC being broke narrative is PBC is responsible for all the gates that made over $1 million, except for 3 or 4 of the Canelo ones. So if they broke, what is everybody else operating off budgets? They are. Let me tell you what ESPN is. Let me tell you what Top Rank is away from business. A bad conversation with an executive. If ESPN says we're getting out of boxing, Top Rank is screwed. Period. Because all their money comes from the gates. All of the fights are coming from the guys that are doing that. Just like DAZN. If DAZN says we're getting out of boxing, all of their fighters are screwed. All of them. Why? Because DAZN's not putting the money out anymore. People keep asking, like, what's the difference between being on a budget and you actually getting your money from pay-per-view and getting your money from the gates? It's security, because you can take your pay-per-view sales with you. You can take your gate with you. If Gervonta Davis goes to Top Rank, Gervonta Davis is still going to sell out. He can take that gate with him. If he goes on pay-per-view, on Showtime, on Fox, he can take his pay-per-view sales with him. You cannot take your gate, you cannot take your budget with you. You know what I'm saying? You can't take a $6 million budget with you. And look what Bud did. Bud went to a budget. He ain't worried about selling the pay-per-view because he went somewhere where they're going to give him guaranteed money out of their budget. Obviously, Black Prime has a budget. But what happens if Black Prime's budget goes away?
And then that's why I don't like the argument when people say Bud gets the highest guarantee. Well, you need that when your numbers don't sell, and that's why Bob Arum was saying he loses money on Bud because he's paying him all this guaranteed money and getting nothing back on the back end. Versus somebody like Errol Spence, who has the highest number as a welterweight, not in boxing. It's not even close with Canelo and the heavyweights, but in the welterweight division, his pay-per-view numbers are the highest. And that's just a undeniable fact. So that's why I don't really like that argument. Well, Bud gets a higher guarantee with Top Rank. Well, who's getting paid more at the end of the day?
At the end of the day, you got to look at all the numbers, look at the back end. Like, that's why I keep saying people like, well, he got $10 million for this fight. He would have gotten more with Errol because they would have done, like I said, I know I said it last week, I think they would have done at least $450,000 pay-per-views at $80 a pop, and they get 90% of that split between the two of them. Last time I did the math, that was somewhere around $15 million for Bud if he was getting 35%. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just wanted to take the route less I can't even think of the word. What were you gonna say?
Also, too, Outlaw, like think about
Challenging route.
if it was fought in Dallas, 50,000 people are going to show up. You're adding more.
I would be one of them. I would fly down there. I would be one of them.
Come on, brother.
If the fight happened in Dallas, it's sold out. That's.
Oh, I know. I would have had tickets. I've been there for this fight a couple times.
You got the Cowboys back in Spence. You got that whole state of Texas is right.
He did 40 with Ugas.
Dallas is a metropolitan city. It's number 7 or 8 on the list. A lot of people.
I was there for the pandemic fight. You know what I'm saying? I was there for Danny Garcia, and it was still great. You know, like.
That looked like a studio movie grill hangout. All the people sitting down at those tables.
Oh, yeah.
Word. Freaking word.
Yep.
Oh, man. Yep, that's Bud. Before we all get out of here, I kind of want to see you guys' thoughts on this weekend of fights and all that kind of jazz.
Loma by knockout.
Loma
gets a TKO, I think.
No, y'all sleeping on Ortiz. Y'all sleeping on Ortiz.
Some people saying that people sleeping on Ortiz. I haven't seen Ortiz fight.
Well, yeah, I don't know much about it.
I'm telling you right now, it could be another T.O. situation.
Interesting. Ortiz is I was going to say Ortiz is a boxer, Fanon. He doesn't throw his hands much, but he likes to mix it up with a lot of good, effective aggression. But there is a school of thought that he may surprise Lomachenko, but I think overall Loma is just a well-rounded fighter, man. He's got a lot of experience in there, and he's a bundle to be dealt with. So I think he will get the win, and it is possible, like E said, he might stop this young man. But only one way to find out. We gotta watch it. We gotta see it.
Did any of y'all see Haney Dad and Polinazi arguing on the Boxing Voice? Any of y'all see that?
Man. Hey, Fanon, you said something a couple of weeks ago about channels that are bought. Man, that's I've been thinking about that a lot. About certain channels out there. I've been thinking about that, and just the way some of these channels be coming out and saying things. The reason why I say that is because I'm pretty interactive on YouTube. I got some friends who have channels, big, medium, small, that whole thing. And you can just tell. You can get the vibe. You can really, really get the vibe.
Bro, I'm gonna give you the simplest way to know to know what that is. Look at what they're doing, and think about how much money it costs to do it. People get $1,000. Unless you do something special, people get $1 per 1,000 views. That's the basic calculation for anything that is less than 8 minutes. So anybody putting videos up for 2 minutes and they do 10,000 views, they get $10 from that. If you get $2 from that, if you get $200, you get 200 views, you get 20 cents. So all you got to do is look at the number of views they have, multiply that times, if it's given the benefit of the doubt, multiply it times 5, and then look at whether they do it full time, whether they have an employee with you, whether they're in a studio, whether or not they're going and visiting people and going other places. And it's easy. It's just the same thing as you seeing somebody across the street from your house. You'd be like, this dude never leaves the house. He's got 4 Ferraris sitting in front of him. He got 4 Ferraris sitting in front of his house. His house is worth $200,000, but he got $800,000 worth of cars in front of his house. He's wearing, people call it pocket watching, but on the real, you can tell, generally speaking, what the expenses are associated with things. If somebody is doing things where you can't figure where they get the money from, they're getting the money, where, from somewhere, right? Getting it from somewhere. So just like how can Bob Arum afford? Let's go to Bob Arum. How can Bob Arum afford to pay? How can Bob Arum afford to pay Terence Crawford $6 million when he does 150,000 pay-per-views and it's going to cost him 40% of that to get out? And his gate is less than $1 million. It's literally costing him his fight brings in 10 million, but the fighter's purses alone equal $10 million. Where is he getting the extra money from? That's just simple. You're getting the extra money. If you give your kid $100, if you give your kid $15, to go to the store, and he brings back $100 worth of food, either somebody gave you that money, either somebody gave you $65 extra worth of money, or you shoplifted it. One or the other, because you're not getting that for $15. And that's why I've been saying it. I've just been like, look, no, this is people are, and this is no big deal because people do that. That's what they say is how people can earn on YouTube. The best way to earn money on YouTube is sponsorship. And channels, like I can tell you for sure, Seconds Out is owned by a company, I believe Seconds Out are owned by a UK company that owns multiple channels. And the people on Seconds Out are employees of that company. That's why they don't get a lot of views, but they can go to the UK for a fight and interview the fighters in the UK. They can go to California and interview fighters in California, right? They would never be able to afford to do that off their ad revenue because there's only like 1,000, 2,000 people that will watch a lot of those videos. So they get sponsorships. That's just what it is. That's what, if you have a YouTube channel, let's say, tell you that's how you can make a living off of it. You really have to be smart about it to just do it off ad revenue. Most channels make most of their money off of these guys that do videos, most of their money off Cash App.
Yeah.
You see this 10 right there? That $10 right there for a 3-minute video is worth 10,000 views. That right there, minus the 30% that YouTube takes. I'll give you the numbers. I don't want to hate on anybody. You can get these numbers readily available. The difference comes where you have people that make videos over 10 minutes because then you don't know really what the ad revenue is. Also, it changes based on what you're talking about. So like my ad revenue is a little bit higher because a lot of people with jobs watch me. Right? No, seriously, people that have jobs watch me. People that are usually people that are either truck drivers, they're mechanics, they are
work from home.
Yeah, or people that work at home. And what do you do? Right. And
What do you do
after this? What do you do after this? Is you spend money, right?
See.
So because you spend money because you have a job, you spend money, that means your ad revenue is up because of you. Because your ads, the ads that play are dictated upon what you go look at. If you're literally looking at Ferraris or rental income or investment and things like that, and you go look for those, the ads that play on the video are going to be those things. And since they're those things, they charge different rates for different types for different types of content. So somebody that is like a financial investor is going to pay more money than somebody that is, if you have a kid and the kid looking up bubblegum, you know what I mean? That's really how it works. So, I mean, I could lecture people on how you understand all of that, but it's basically a combination of a predictive algorithm that is based on what the watcher likes to watch. And the more educated or the more employed, really not educated, the more employed a fighter, somebody to watch is, the more valuable they are, as a subscriber, because you're going to actually go buy things on Christmas Day. You're buying aren't you guys buying presents for people, your kids or your neighbors or something? Cats are unemployed and just looking at it on their phone. They're not buying nothing. They're going to go listen to another rap music or something like that. They're going to do something else with it. But the simple fact that you have those type of things are what kind of dictates the ad revenue on YouTube. But as far as the boxing channels, it's now YouTube is getting to the point where it really is a great way to deliver messages in a way. And if you are a YouTube split is 30%. Don't tell me nah, because I know what it is. Okay. Ain't no nah about it. I know what the numbers are. YouTube takes 30% of every dollar in advertiser revenue. That's how much they take. 30%. Just like out of this $9, they take 30% of that. But over time, that stuff adds up. But you don't know what your variable rates are on your ads. Those are dependent upon your age group of the people that you talk to. And 45-year-old men, 50-year-old men, 35, you guys spend more money than 22-year-olds do. Because 22-year-olds don't have any money to spend. They're not as valuable. They're not as valuable as somebody that is interested in the stock market, or somebody that is looking for a new Buick, or somebody that is looking for really expensive clothes. Because those guys, there's competition in the ad market. If that makes sense to you. If he does, I can YouTube channels. What are you talking about? I'm just telling you that's what it is, and that's why I'm saying guys like you, John Bowie, guys like you, Steph, you guys are really valuable to me. It adds it to the channel because you are valuable people. You're valuable people, and people underestimate, like, want to talk bad about somebody having a job as a truck driver. Truck drivers make $90,000 a year. What the fuck you talking about?
And they make sure you get all the shit you need.
Yeah, but aside from that, they make $90,000 a year. Those guys driving across country and all of that stuff, they may be breaking their back. They may not have got a cut. They make $90,000 a year, and they may have a wife that makes 30. That makes them that. You know what that means? You earn 4 times more than the average housecome does in the United States. What people don't understand is that if you make $90,000, bro, you're wealthy as far as the amount of income you're bringing in, because most people make 30. Average household income be like 30, individual be like 30, 40. You can't look at a sanitation driver that's been a sanitation worker that's been working for the city for 20 years and be like, this dude ain't got nothing. Please, this dude got something. That dude's making good money.
Yes.
He's making good money.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's real. People got this idea that because you're not driving a Bugatti, it means you don't have anything. It's just not true. Look at how many people, you want to know somebody ain't got anything, go to your local corner and see that dude holding that cup. But even then, be suspicious. Because how long do you hold that cup every day?
Yeah, because they be eating on the low.
Huh?
They be making $30, $40 an hour.
Bro, let me tell you something, man. I used to run that scam in college. I ran that scam.
Oh, man.
That scam, bro, we made at least $2,000 a weekend doing that.
Yep.
What we would get is some candy. We get some candy, and we would say, we're doing it. We're raising money for this football team. And we would sit out there, and they would give us dollars, take the candy, dollars, take the candy, dollars, take the candy. We would get a permission from the city. We get a permit from the city. We would give a little bit of the money to the Boy Scouts, little bit of money to the Boy Scouts. And, bro, we throwing a big-ass party. And we're going to spend $1,000, $1,500 on a party. We're going to bring in $5,000 in revenue off the party. All of that shit is coming straight off the street. Right off the nickels and dimes you guys are giving the cats on that street turn into the product that we need to get to the alcohol we're buying for the party that next weekend. Anyway, you know what it is, man. Real quick, bro. John Boy said, I could get a new 2023 vet instead if I super chat, but I wish. No. Let me tell you something, John Boy. No joke. Before you buy your new vet, call me. Because my daughter is going to get 25% off all GM products. Cars, repair, all of the stuff related to your vet or your if you want to buy any car that's made by GM, she's going to be able to get a 25% discount on it.
Word.
You could literally buy that car and resell you that car, and you could save 20%.
Make some money.
Because she's going to work there.
That new Z06 though. Oof.
We say?
I said that new
like
Z06. Ooh, man.
I like those new vets.
Z06
Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't do
cars.
Man,
they're nice.
I know I can't afford them.
That's where they also put in Corvette. They've been doing it for years, but they putting them Corvette engines into Cadillacs. That's why the Cadillacs don't float.
Oh yeah, with the beat.
Man, them Cadillac. That's why them Cadillacs be zooming like that.
Yeah, they put Corvette engines in them things, man.
Shit,
I rent a Cadillac. I was like, God dang.
Them new Escalades got 650 horsepower in 2023s.
Yeah,
that's a big ass truck with that kind of horsepower floating.
Yeah, $150. You're gonna have to talk. You're gonna have to talk to me next year when she works there. She just got her offer. She's still in school. She's in her senior year. She's in her senior year.
That's what's up, man.
So yeah, so she's gonna go there. That. Yeah, man, I'm proud of my baby. My baby plays tennis.
What school?
Huh?
What school?
She goes, I can't tell you because these clowns gonna be looking at my daughter.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, my oldest is in her third year at a HBCU down south.
Yeah, she's in an HBCU. I was just gonna put she at HBCU. If I do that, these clowns are gonna try to get pictures of my daughter.
Yeah, I thought as soon as you said, I was like, yeah, let me not say my baby's school either, man.
Yeah, don't do that. These cats try to use that, be harassing your baby.
Y'all got Silver beating Jake Paul.
Oh, come on.
I do.
Jeez.
Hey, listen. I think Silver.
He's taking a dive. Gentlemen.
No. Listen. I heard something come out where he was saying he says he made a mistake saying that he got knocked out twice in sparring. But I think he was, with the language barrier, I think he was trying to say he knocked out two dudes in sparring and then they were going to stop the fight. They apparently are letting the fight go now. So if something happens and let's say he does get knocked out on a fluky shot, that's the rationale behind it, I think.
I definitely think somebody getting knocked out though.
Yeah, but I know Silver,
he's taking a dive. I
think Silver can do it. I think Silver actually can.
You think Paul's paying them boys to take dives?
Oh yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yes, sir.
I mean,
and you know what? I don't have a problem with that because that's what they do with guys like him and who I say this all the time. The boxing community, the boxing, as long as it's been around, has always accepted celebrity boxing and what comes along with that package. So I'm not gonna just.
But what I'm saying is like, yo, they them joints is on FanDuel, so that's a different ballgame if you throwing fights. Jake Paul's fights.
Look, and then also too, like I don't get it twisted. I know Jake Paul can fight. Dude could definitely beat my butt. But I mean, as far as hopping in the ring, I mean, what is he? What is he? A cruiserweight? Dude, you go hop in the ring with that Junior Fa guy or any of those guys, you're gonna get beat up. You're gonna get beat up, and they're just not gonna allow that to happen. So, yes, Anderson will be going down. If what you're saying is true about him, what's that? Getting misinterpreted and whatnot. Mm-hmm. I mean, 2 rounds and he taking home $5-6 million, $4 to $5-6 million.
Yeah, I can see that.
Listen. Let me tell y'all, Jake Paul is living off the fact that people think he's a YouTuber. He's using that so that people can underestimate him. He's been training with high-class trainers. Like, he's been training long enough that he has the skills of an amateur boxer. He don't got, pro skills yet, but he has the skills of an amateur boxer. He can fight.
But I just said that. Don't get it twisted.
And he got that Conor McGregor build.
Yeah. Yep. Juice to the gills. 100%. Absolutely. Absolutely.
No wide testing, bro. No wide testing.
And no one's saying that. No one is saying that. No one's saying that. Ridiculous, man. Ridiculous. So ridiculous that I don't even care. I've never seen that young man fight. I've seen a total of maybe a round one of highlights.
I've watched the Mayweather.
Oh, go ahead.
How do I know
I'm
that
saying I watched.
he's good? Go ahead, Outlam. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying I watched the Mayweather. When you said you hadn't watched any of it, I watched the Mayweather one, and then some of the early ones, like the Nate Robinson. I was over it. I was done with it after that.
Oh yeah,
You
he
know,
fought Nate Robinson, a
Nate
basketball
Robinson.
player.
Hey, you mean hold on? Not the one where that guy Tyrone Lue literally foreshadowed, like literally was like,
Oh, the count.
got hit when he
Dropping
dropped
the
it.
rank.
Oh, you talking about
Yeah.
Tyrone? You talking about Tyrone
That was a
Woodley? You
setup.
said Tyrone
That
Woodley.
Yeah, Woodley.
You talking about
What's his
You said
name?
the
Tyrone
coach.
Woodley. Yeah.
Tyrone Woodley.
When Tyrone Woodley
Yeah.
like
That
threw
was
his hand
scripted,
down,
man.
like
That shit was
That was
scripted.
definitely
hit me
that
here.
was still right
One,
there.
a two, a three, bam.
Oh, yeah.
You stood right there in front of
I didn't even see. Go ahead, E.
Hypothetical fight: Benavidez or Bertuvia? Who do y'all got?
I'm taking Benavidez.
I'm taking Benavidez in that too.
Yeah.
At 175? They're both at 175?
Yeah, I'll take Benavidez.
Yeah.
He a monster.
I would love to see that fight, man.
I would like to see.
I don't think Benavidez gonna get no more smoke at 168. He might as well move up, man. Them boys don't want him, man.
I mean, that's fair
I can see
Benavidez is
not to
a
cut you
tough
off.
guy.
Not to cut you off. I can see Benavidez making heavyweight in like 4 years, bro. I think he's a big boy. He's a big boy, man.
I don't think
you
he
know,
got the
I was,
power for that.
you know,
I don't
I
think
was
he got the
watching.
power for heavy.
I mean,
But against like
I don't want to
Usyk
say.
or something.
Not a heavyweight.
Yeah, hey, wait, them boys are big, man. The guys are huge. But real fast, I was watching. Who was that? I was watching an old fight between Larry Holmes and Snipes on YouTube. Past couple weeks, a lot of old fights. And boy, them heavyweights in those days were moving. They're all Deontay Wilders or slightly bigger, but they are
The
moving.
dudes weren't that big,
Moving,
man.
like
Yeah, because these dudes are super
moving.
heavyweights, man.
Super.
The AJs and Klitschko's and Lennox.
So coming back to Benavidez,
man.
he's not as big as them. Not even close. He's big, but he's not as big as them. So like
He probably
heavyweight,
walk around at 190.
heavyweight's away from that, man. I mean, and that's my favorite part of boxing. I mean, that's my favorite boxing, heavyweight boxing. I love watching the heavyweights get it down, man. Hold it down.
That's why I love Jared
like him.
Anderson, man. Jared Anderson bringing it back. I like Jared Anderson. That boy.
All of them, though. All of them. And, you know, just wait on it as far as the Americans go. But all of them, man. They're all. I like watching the heavyweights, man. We need more heavyweight fights.
I like the 47 and 60s, the closer to my size, where the big dudes like I'm nowhere near that, you know.
For sure, but like taking old boy's comments, like, man, big baby, 6'2", 6'3", 235, 240, who's actually methodical and using a jab and really knows how to fight. Impressive, very impressive.
A good fight.
Let's start with that super chat.
That was a good fight.
Yeah, super chat. It's a super chat.
Yeah.
Keaton Davis said, after an accident, back-to-back Spence beat two guys that Bud lost to in the amateurs, Danny and Ugas. Bud never rematched as a pro, but Spence took the easy route. Oh, my goodness. Take your 70%, fellas. Yeah, let that scare y'all, bro. I'll take the 70%, bro.
Wait, Fanon, you got to hit the gong on that one. You got to hit that's a good super chat. That's a good super chat.
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's true. It's true, but we won't see because Bud ducked. I don't think I can say Bud ducked anymore, man.
Maybe that's why he ducked. He saw that already. He agreed.
I just don't. Hey, honestly, man, I just think he said better safe than sorry.
Facts.
Better safe.
I'm just cool with it. I mean, I can't. Real fast, Eli. As much as I have a comment to say on it, like, man, there's nothing else to say. He walked away. He chose what he chose. And real fast, though, and every excuse that was made, and this is why I keep begging to ask the question, like, man, was there too much communication between the fans, and just the energy that was coming between, just amongst this fight? Because everything that was said about it means absolute jack nothing because this guy walked away from it. So it's hard for me to be like, duck, or you're scared of blah, blah, blah. No, man, this guy went ahead and did what he did, and it's pretty obviously he doesn't give a rip on what anyone thinks. He doesn't care.
That we could all
He does not
that we
care.
could all agree on. But
He
it's
does
somebody
not
you
care
can
what
tell
we
he's
think.
one of them dudes that does not
That was a
care.
duck move, man. Listen, how you gonna talk all that trash? You gonna
Call
say
him
this?
out everywhere.
You gonna talk too much trash, and then when the time to fight comes, you ain't got nothing to say. You ducking out. You
Now,
getting somebody.
yeah,
Actions speak louder than words, sir. Actions
He's
speak.
in
I can sit
hiding.
here. I can sit here and say I make more money than you, but then your actions of you going out and putting the work in, and then I see that. Oh man, that.
But no,
Button your
question.
lip. Button your lips.
Too much
Button your
communication.
lips.
I think there was too much
Speaking of,
misinformation because
you
Bud's
can't.
team and his people was on a PR run, just slandering
Right.
Gervonta and Spence. There was too much misinformation going on. The
My
But that was
question
coming
is,
from them. That was coming from them, though. That was coming from Bud's camp.
Nah,
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
has anybody seen Bernie the Boxer say anything now? Is he still
Oh my
talking?
God! Don't get me on that, man.
Yeah, I was watching him yesterday, like one.
That dude is literally gloating.
Mr.
Yeah.
3 and 15
What
in
is
the
it?
pro
Literally
record.
gloating about ducking.
Bernie on 10.
Yeah, he 3 and 15 in the pro. He used to ducking.
Wow. Damn.
And
3 and 15.
Bernie on 10.
But at the same time, gentlemen, like they were very frank too. They were very clear. Like Phenom was saying earlier, they said we don't need this fight. We don't want this fight in so many different ways. I wish people would have listened to that stuff. But I mean, they did. But what they heard was, oh, Errol's ducking. Maybe he's soft on this. I don't understand how you would get that from them telling you they don't want the fight. So it's misdirection. And like I said, at this point, man, what do I care?
Yeah,
I
knew it was done when he said
I can't
no.
force him. And then I always say this too, nor should we be interested in trying to manipulate someone like that. But y'all know what it is. It's hard to keep the devil on the ground.
But one thing Bernie did say that he kept saying on his last little podcast, whatever you want to call it, he said, "Man, if y'all got us to prove, show it." That's one thing I would love. I just would love for Earl's team or somebody's team to just show it a little bit, but
they don't do that, E. They don't do that. E, that's not their.
Yeah, I know.
What?
Yeah.
He was saying show the offer. If y'all did this, if y'all
How about you show the offer?
Huh?
How about he show the offer and him break the non-disclosure agreement and put that out there?
Well, he can get
a
sued.
non-disclosure agreement on there.
Yeah, this is why you never heard any of this news from Bud or Spence directly during negotiations because you sign NDAs when you start negotiations. That's why I said like that's why Spence's team was professional the whole time. This is why you never heard Bud say anything about directly from his mouth. You never heard
Earl.
PCC, never heard Spence, any of that. None of them said
But how
anything
can you?
about
I don't know. I don't know nothing about when it comes to certain contract type stuff. I'm in the dark. I keep it a buck.
Watch. Let me explain it. Let me
Hold
explain
on,
it to you very
real quick,
briefly.
you're the first one
Sure.
to answer this. If we never come to terms on signing a contract, can you make me? Can there be an NDA before that?
It's a separate agreement. It's a separate agreement.
Yeah.
You say before we enter into negotiations, we agree that these negotiations will be private and you will not disclose them. And I'll tell you, the only reason usually that you can expose them, if you are required to by law. If the police come to you and say, "Hey, we need to see this document," or a court order, that will be specified in the NDA that you can provide that information. But even in that situation, you have to let them know. If you're cooperating with law enforcement, then that waives the non-disclosure agreement, or that specifically for that person. But yeah, that's why when I'm telling you, man, dude, when they said, I hate getting on people, but whatever, man. When they said that Bud's wife said report this, I didn't believe it right. I didn't believe a lot of that stuff right there. I was like, that's mighty convenient that his wife said that and he didn't. Sounds like you're trying to not to have somebody wonder whether or not you violated an NDA. Your wife says report that. Bud didn't say report that. Your wife did, because your wife isn't going to be subject to the non-disclosure agreement. And that's why people kept saying Yeah, Bud never said any of this. Bud never said any of this. And when it was time for him to give that interview to ESPN, all he said is, I accepted all your BS. He didn't say I accepted low money. He didn't give any of those terms. All those terms started flying out to Mike Coppinger right at the same time it flew out to everybody else. And it was during the exact time that man agreed to fight David Evansian. It was about 2 weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago.
And that fight got pulled off of Boxing Rec. So I don't. As soon as Top Rank announced their fights, that fight got pulled off of Boxing Rec from David and Bud's profile.
Still hasn't said anything. Oh, you know what? That's something I wanted to ask.
What happened?
Yeah,
they removed the fight from Boxing Rec the day that Top Rank announced their fight in December 10th. That stat card that I'll be watching. They removed the fight from David and they removed it from Terence Bud Crawford, and it was on both of their Boxing Rec prior to that.
The fight between the two?
Yep, between
the two. And Keyshawn Davis is fighting that night in New York in Madison Square Garden. So who's going to be training Keyshawn Davis that night? Is Bomac going to be in two different cities?
Has David Evanesian said anything? Has Queensberry, Frank Warren and Company?
It's not on there.
Yeah,
Have they
it's
said
gone.
anything?
It's gone. I'm telling you.
Fishy. Yep. Fishy.
Again, though, gentlemen, has David Evanesian said anything? Has Frank Warren, his promoters, Queensberry, have they said anything in regarding to their fighter fighting Terence Crawford?
Nobody has said
anything.
No,
they've said that they were going to fight, but it's not on. It should be on Box Rec already because they announced. They said it was happening. It should be there.
And here's the worst part.
I got on headphones and I'm like,
because they canceled his November 19th fight. They canceled his November 19th fight because originally they had Bud's name and his original 17-0 opponent on Boxing Rec. Then they removed the 17-0 fighter and they had Bud there. After Top Rank announced their fight, they removed that fight off of Boxing Rec for both Terence Crawford and David.
is that Brian Norman you're talking about, or just David?
Just David.
Yesterday. Oh, okay.
Just
Because
David.
Brian Norman was with BFTB yesterday doing a pretty good interview, and his fight was canceled because they couldn't find an opponent.
Yep. I was there. Yeah. But I just meant with Bud with Bud's fight because Bud hasn't said anything about it. He reposted one Instagram post that said December 10th, but it didn't say nothing about who he's fighting. And David hasn't said anything about it, and it's just weird that they would remove it from Boxing Rec, in my opinion.
So is Bomac going to be training in two cities?
Maybe it's just not sanctioned. Maybe.
No, you know, Bomac's gonna go wherever Bud goes.
Right. So then that leaves the young boy Keyshawn that was doing all that cheerleading. You know what I'm saying? Leaves him out there in his biggest fight of his career.
Hey, I like Keyshawn, man. Keyshawn's a good dude.
Yeah, Keyshawn a dog, man. I like
he a good dude.
You got to taper down that talking sometime.
Nah, don't do that. That's what's gonna make him a star.
Keyshawn.
But real quick, when I seen Paulie and Bill Haney arguing on that little show, he said Bill Haney was trying to bet $100,000 that he would take the fight, and then Paulie said, "I'm not betting you $100,000 that you'll take the fight. I got $100,000 say Lomachenko whoops your son's ass." Who would y'all take in that fight? Who y'all like in that fight?
With who?
With
I'm going
Loma
with that.
and Haney.
Hold on, bro.
I'm going with Dev.
Hold on. You got to tell me. Did he really do that?
But no, you got to watch it because everything you said about that franchise title and the whole number one contendership, Paulie said exactly what you said verbatim about how they said the ducking and all of that. He said it verbatim. But yeah, they literally got on. Bill was on the show, and then they called Paulie. Paulie went to a hotel and got on the phone. They went back and forth. Bill was like, "Yo, I got 50 or 100K. Since you said my son won't take the fight, that he'll take the fight." And Paulie was like, "You want me to bet you $100,000 that you will take the fight? I got $100,000 says Lomachenko whoops your son's ass." He said it just like that.
Hey,
on
look,
the Boxing Voice.
Ain't that some slick shit? I bet you $100,000 my son takes the fight, which means if they take it's his choice to collect that $100,000.
Right.
Like you gonna immediately what?
That just sounds like talk to me. Shit.
No, it's slick talk. Because did he take the money?
Yeah,
on
it's slick talk.
$100,000?
Yeah, it's definitely slick talk.
No, that's slick talk. It's trying to slick sucker
Yeah.
somebody real quick.
Yeah, say we'll take it.
Like, I'm trying to tell you, you cannot play. You cannot take away
No,
one
we
thing away
took
from Phil. That
Been
dude
it.
will see a sucker, play a sucker. He definitely
Mhm.
believes that he a sucker, play a sucker. Because all of that conversation about that franchise and that WBC stuff, bro, I've said that stuff till I'm telling blue in the face, bro. Like, and I don't get blue. I might be a little yellow, but I ain't got dog. I ain't that pale. Man, ain't no way that dude ever. Anyway, go ahead. Yeah, I like this conversation.
Super chat, super chat.
Devin Haney.
Come on back, Quincy.
Devin Haney.
Hey,
Come
Devin
back,
Haney is a
Quincy.
hustler, man. A true
Come
hustler.
back,
He got
Quincy.
that hustler talk. He just be saying stuff even if it ain't true, but he'll convince you that it's true. If you don't know,
Super chat down there. Nah, you want the super chat?
Oh, what happened? My bad. Oh, yeah. Say Keyshawn got a harder fight than Bud. He need Bomac. Zenith 360 foul, bro. That's my dude right there.
Hey,
And
you ain't
Bud
lying.
just need a cut man. Yeah, Bud just need a cut man. Dude, he got 3 coaches.
Hey, he don't listen to it. He the coach anyway. He do what he want. He right. He the coach himself.
yo, Seth B, you be going live on your own channel, man. You got a lot of knowledge of the sport, man.
No, I get that question a lot. No, I don't. And the reason why I don't, brother, is because I just that's just not my jam. I'm making boxing content. I just like and love the sport. I don't really care about the outcomes. Yes, I do favor a boxer over this boxer, but I don't really care. I just care about like the sport and just good fights. And
What's
frankly,
your
like
content on your channel?
frankly, what was that?
What's your content on your channel?
No, I said I don't have a channel.
Oh, okay, got you.
I don't have a
Okay.
no channel. But big supporters of this channel and others. And then again, I got some friends who have their own channel who I try to just hop on and be, talking that mess with them. But just a big fan, man. Big fanatic of the sport. And what I was gonna say was that shut up.
Hey,
Look,
when's
man,
your boy
like,
Lefty gonna come to the show, man?
I'll
Lefty
get
don't
them.
like-
I'll get them. But they're not fans of YouTube.
They don't like
they-
YouTube at all,
Yeah,
bro. God,
yeah.
dog.
I know. They think we make up a lot of stuff, but I'm like, y'all do the
They
same
do.
exact stuff. Y'all do the
Dude.
same exact stuff. Y'all talking
They do be
boxing.
making up a lot of stuff.
They make up a lot.
Dude. That's what I be talking about. Now we just talking in school. Dude, if this dude listens, dude, first and foremost, YouTube is super competitive. Like, y'all don't understand. It is so much more competitive than Twitter is, bro. It is. If you do something on YouTube one time, bro, there's 50 people doing the same thing. So it is like, and there's way more people that listen, bro. Way more listen. It's just way much more of a pressure cooker, bro. And what winds up happening is one person will put some crap out, but you gotta address the crap. It's like it's a snowball effect. Like when somebody puts out something, like for example, somebody says Errol Spence Jr. was offered zero money up front and 35% of the net. Dude, I'm telling you, by and a half hour later, bro, you're gonna have 30 notes on like, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And so you got to talk about it because it's so real time. It's so real time. You got people posting 3-4 times a day. You've got, millions and millions of views going through it. It is just way like you put up a title. Like in this is a situation I find myself in. I'll put a title in because, dude, your title's got to be something to them. It just have to be. If you don't have a title that's going to catch somebody's attention on YouTube, it's a wrap. Like, no joke. YouTube will flush that whole thing. They'll flush it. Like, just flushed. And if you try to put out a video about something other than what is a popular topic, your shit's going to get flushed. Like, I could explain the YouTube algorithm to you, but I'm not going to give anybody no free money. Like, y'all going to have to earn that shit. I used to give people that away for free. Dude, there's a reason I got to 90,000 subscribers, brother, and it's not cheating. Believe it. It's not. It is an algorithm. You know what I mean? Now you got to have the attention of people. You got to know what you're talking about. You got to do all that, but you also got to understand that. Dude, when cats will look at YouTube videos, you think everybody's saying, dude, half of the YouTube videos are about flushing the arguments and the stories come out of the other half of it. You be having people talk about Errol Spence Jr.'s on steroids. Like, he's on steroids. Look at his puppy nipple. So you do a video like Errol Spence Jr., puffy nipples, steroids, and then you got to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you literally have to talk about that. If you don't talk about it, you're going to be you really are kind of doing a disservice to the fighters. Like, if somebody was putting out some stuff on Errol, on Terence, that was not true, which they did, like when he got arrested. Remember when he got arrested in Nebraska for sticking that place up, which he pretty much did. Like, he pretty took that car off that jack. Dude, you did videos. There's a whole bunch of people calling him a derelict and this and that. They were saying that he wasn't this and that. And so you do videos defending him because there's a whole lot of people throwing a lot of stuff out at him. But I mean, it's just dog eat dog over on the YouTube. In the YouTube world, it's dog eat dog, man. Dog eat dog.
Right. I agree.
But invite him over, bro. It's fun, man.
I agree. I will. I'm gonna try. They just, this whole Crawford Spence saga, man, really for me opened my eyes in this way, where it just like it reminded me, like, hey, pinch yourself, man. Like, you need to calm down and really. This is what I was gonna say. Look, I'm not trying to be right, gentlemen. I don't care about being right. I don't care about being first. I want to get it right. And I think that is the integral part about anything and everything. So I think with this Crawford Spence stuff, it created such a partisan view on it, and then people just ran with it, brother. And then, like you're saying, Fanon, that like people will say something and then you just got to talk about it. You got to, whether you're defending or for it, or even in the middle. So
bro, you can
just be careful.
You can have a legitimate, easy fact that, like Lomachenko versus Devin Haney. These people say till they're blue in their face that Lomachenko ducked Devin Haney because Devin Haney was his mandatory. You cannot get that out of their heads, even though they can never find where the WBC ordered it. Even though if he's elevated, right, to franchise champion, he didn't elevate it, he dropped the belt. And so you just get a whole bunch of people just on this line of stuff that works for them for the moment. But then what happens when you say Errol Spence Jr. should franchise?
For now Bill, Paulie got Bill when he was trying to say about how his son was the #1 contender. He said Boots is Earl's mandatory at IBF. So if Errol takes the Bud fight, he's ducking Boots, and Bill didn't know what to say.
What's up, Brandon Washington?
What can you say? I've said that a bunch of times, but he be listening to me. But that's obvious. If he fights Terence Crawford instead of Boots, he's ducking. Right? if he takes Terence Crawford instead of Boots, he's ducking Boots. Now, of course, there's nothing you can say about that, man. That man didn't duck that dude, bro. He didn't duck him. But all right, man, we've been here 4 hours and 42 minutes, man. We still got 372 people in the building. Y'all hit that like button on the way out the door. Hey, thank y'all so much. Hey, my guy, I can't remember the guy that came on here cussing like a sailor, brother, but you got to come back for the next show. You're funny.
That was the barber. Who was that? Perspective. That was Perspective. Yeah.
What was his name?
He had a long name, but I remember Perspective being in there. But
yeah, Perspective. You got to come back, bro. And you too, hey, Mr. Merck, man, I appreciate you, knowledgeable cat, bro. Michael Jeffs was all good. I just hate that Starborn 007 is in this whole strike.
No, he's hurt. I get it.
Jeff can't come either. Jeff can't.
No, Jeff is here. No, Jeff is here.
No, he's in the chat. He ain't on this.
Hey, I got respect for E Moneybag. He be up here holding it down for Bud.
Yeah,
he 1-on-5.
I love the.
Hey, you know why, bro?
I look forward to
E-Money, you are a wonderful example for Bud Crawford. Like some people defend Bud. You actually show a good example of come get the, don't duck the smoke, bro. I gotta tell you, bro, you take it with a smile on your face and everything, man.
Money, man.
You bring logical and valid points. You don't just be saying the regurgitated bullshit that everybody else says.
Oh, he's talking about E-Money?
Yeah.
Now E-Money be on bullshit, but at least I'm just playing, bro.
Smoke though.
Nah, he don't
E
duck
Money
that
don't
smoke,
duck
though,
no
bro.
smoke.
He'll take it. He says it takes it, bro.
Yeah.
But all right, brother.
E-
None of y'all got channels, so I don't have to tell y'all to subscribe to channels and all that good stuff, man. But all right,
Just hit
brother.
me up on Twitter.
Very
Hit me up
good
on
Y'all be
Twitter.
cool, man.
And we
All right,
out,
y'all be
bro.
cool. Holla.
Peace.
Bless up.